Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we'll finally be returning to the Minecraft server and stream, which has been like so long that there's not even like an active VOD on Twitch right now. And there's a good reason for why it's taken me that long. Because since I only stream in the weekends most lately, it kind of ends up being a thing where if I want to do something that also is server related, I have to do it throughout basically the weekdays. And I've just been burned out a little bit over the last weeks because I've been busy sort of like addressing an issue we were having with the mod pack. That's been resolved, and as far as I know from Peak, it's running well. At least on that part, the desinks are gone. We can grow saplings without being super annoyed that they don't immediately like emerge, visualize, or whatever you want to call it. And that was like a major pet peeve of mine. I just could not get around having to deal with that, especially because some of the trees that I wanted to use were having those issues. So being able to even harvest the logs that I need to build my place was kind of like, oh, can't even like do that with while seeing the trees that I need to chop down. So let's see. I've also changed a few things on my personal end in terms of my OBS layout. So now I've jumped back to Twitch chat, which means I can do raids and a bunch of other stuff again from within OBS. I don't know, no longer have to go and do that from Twitch itself, which is nice. And it also helps me out in actually being able to see the commands again. It might also use less performance. I'm not sure. My guess would be that that would indeed be the case. For Clone Hero though, I can still use Restream chat as a like a pop-out thing. And the good thing about doing it this way now is that I don't even have to configure it back and forth anymore. I will also be in the Discord chat today, so if someone pops in, then that would be why. Let's see, because we do have the community server thing here, so I'm in there now, and of course, as long as people behave, then that's not going to be a problem. And only people who have access to the server also have access to this Discord channel, pretty much. So, should be fine. But we'll see if anyone pops up today. I'm starting a little bit earlier today because I've been trying to get my sleep schedule fixed and getting up earlier as a result. So ideally I would actually have been streaming already for an hour by now, but I'm still like working on my sleep schedule. It's kind of part of me getting into that game development mode where I just need to be like active throughout the week. And last week just ended up being like a hodgepodge of random things that I just needed to do here and there, and there was not really like a good stretch of time where I really felt like I had the mental capacity to go back into game development. Because right now I'm dealing with music and sound additions to the game, and as a result there are things that I don't know how to do, and in order to stay focused and actually figure this out properly so I don't implement like a half-ass solution, I want to have like a clear mind. Other things that I've been working on through this week is that I found out something really cool for RimWorld, which basically is I suppose it's a multiplayer mod. I mean, it's kind of what its purpose is and all that. And it's called Open World, which as far as I know is a fairly new project because the mod itself was posted towards the end of February, so it's only been out for like what, 2 months barely. And what it is a sort of multiplayer mod that allows you to play RimWorld on a client side, like in single player, but you can interact with people on the world map in different ways. So what it means is that you have your server running that, as far as I can tell, just synchronizes data between the different clients so that when someone has like a colony being erected on the world map, it just sends that data to your side, and then it happens on your side as well. So it's not like the multiplayer mod where you're actually playing the same colony along with other players, which I have tried off stream before I even started streaming, actually. Yeah, this one, which is it's cool conceptually, but when I was playing it with people, we kept just getting massive desync issues after just like an hour of play, and it borderline became unplayable because every time someone desyncs, the mod has to resync every single player's data to make sure that everything is as it should be. And it's literally something as simple as your pawn, like colonist, moving to the left on your client side, but then on every other, you know, person's computer, that pawn is walking to the right. That's already a desynchronization, right? So it doesn't do that. So far, you cannot directly engage with other players like on the same map, but you can trade with each other by going to their colony, and you can also, of course, chat with people. And there is this thing called the black market, which I think is a way for you to sync in your silver currency, possibly, to go and basically mess around with the other players on the map, so triggering raids and all kinds of random events. I have no idea how that actually works, but and yeah, I do have Minecraft running in the background, but I do want to cover this real quick. I have tried setting up a server for this over the week, and it works. The server does work. It runs, like, it starts up really quickly, which leads me to believe that the resource demand for running a server like this is fairly low. And I have been hypothesizing potentially running it on my laptop. There are some things that I need to sort of figure out first, though. And I might already have solutions for them. One thing is that because this is like a server and we want to do modded, which I'll get back to, it does leave this issue that whenever a workshop mod updates, this server doesn't do it automatically. There are solutions to it. One way you could do this, like a solution, would be to hardlock the version number you have. So basically meaning that you make a local copy of all the mods that you want to use for the server, chuck it on there, but also basically package them into a zip file or similar, and then re-upload them to like a separate site like Mega, for instance, and then have people download those sort of locked in time mods from that zip file and then use those to connect to the server on. The benefit here is everyone's on the same version number all the time. The server doesn't run into an issue where you update all the mods and someone's connecting to the server and the update for one mod breaks the whole thing potentially. Like that could, you know, theoretically happen. An update happens that just, you know, does more harm than good. And the downside, of course, is that not updating mods can do the same, right? There can be like some kind of really blatant issue in that particular version that you're running, and it was just literally fixed a week after you set up your server, right? And that problem sort of escalates the more mods you use, at least if you're using a lot of mods that get updated frequently. So alternatively, you can have the server auto-update your mods, which someone made a script for, but as far as I could see, it only runs on Linux, and my laptop is a Windows PC. So not the biggest problem. You can still use the script to update the mods, albeit manually. But it is made so that it can be done autonomously, meaning that if it's running on a Linux-based server, then it'll just, I don't know, I haven't really looked into the details on when it does it, but my understanding is that it automatically updates, or rather shuts down the server, I think, updates the mods, and then restarts it. Which, you know, as far as I know, considering how fast it boots up to begin with, shouldn't really be a big problem, because on your client side, you might, at the most, I think it'll say like, oh, you're disconnected from the world. But the cool thing about open world is that you can run this without joining the server. Or rather, you join the server, which sort of instigates this whole, oh, you got to put down your colony somewhere, right? But as soon as that is done, you can technically disconnect from the server and play entirely on your client side. And there are things for the server too, where you can whitelist people so that, you know, only people that you sort of trust are allowed on there. Because if you don't, there are no restrictions to allow players to just disconnect from the server, go into God mode, and just spawn in like 1 billion silver or something, and then go and totally destroy someone else's colony using the black market, if that is in fact how this works. That is like, you know, obvious concerns of mine, but there are solutions to those as well. And so far, the general gist is that if this is gonna be a thing, we will probably do a limited test run of the server temporarily, where I'm just hosting it on my laptop, which I've already connected up to myself over the internet that way, and that works fine. I could get into the world and everything. But then once that initial test is over, and we're sort of happy with what it can provide us, like the experience and all that, the server would probably be put onto one of Peak's servers if I can convince him, which usually isn't that hard. Especially if the server is, you know, able to autonomously manage itself. It shouldn't be a big deal. And when that happens, not only is it going to be on a better server, but it will also automatically update the mods because he's running Linux on his servers. So that's also where the Minecraft server, of course, is located. And because it has such a seemingly low resource demand, it should be fine. Like, just to sort of give you an idea on how low it potentially could be, the resource demand. I haven't actually done any profiling on it, but I mean, the default settings for this is set to 300 max players. Yeah, 300 max players is a lot. I did also do a little bit of a like testing the room temperature on it, and so far what I've gathered is that in terms of mods, it will be a modded server, because unmodded RimWorld is pretty hardcore, let's be honest. But we want to keep it fairly like low in content in that sense. So far the consensus seems to be somewhere at the most 160 mods. That's like just the hard cap that I've heard so far. And in terms of content, nothing too crazy, most likely. Like nothing, like we'll probably stick to things that don't allow for super OP stuff, like the unlimited mods that allow you to go to like really high character levels, you know, getting 200 points into shooting if you play for like literal days, but it is still possible, amongst other things, of course. So those are probably not going to be there. The general gist is also that it's going to be using the vanilla expanded mods as a baseline for a couple reasons. Since vanilla expanded is very commonly known by most people who play RimWorld, and they are also like sort of designed to work together even across the various different themes that they have, right? So that sort of lowers the risk of something breaking or something super OP being in there. That being said, there are a lot of quality of life mods, and personally I think I have, when I'm playing the game, over 100 something mods that are just, in my opinion, quality of life, bug fixes, and UI related improvements. Or like, I mean, there are technically also quality of life, you know, just being able to sort your weapons out easier and so forth. And the way the server works in that regard is that you can set up mods that are mandatory, and as far as I remember, and you can set up whitelisted mods, meaning that any mod that's in that whitelisted folder are allowed on the server, but you know, not obligatory. So that would be, for instance, a texture reskin mod, right? Because not everyone wants to have their game look the same way. I don't know if they have to be whitelisted or not, because when I joined the server, you know, I just chucked all the mods into the mods folder, this is not the server, it's on the laptop after all. But I chucked all the mods in there and I just connected to it just fine, and it didn't prompt anything. But there are some settings related to that, like use whitelist, for instance. And then you can tell it to use mod list match, which I think means that all the mods in the mods folder have to match. I think that's what that pretty much means. I think, yeah, also the server basically pauses if there's not anyone who's online for a decent amount of time. So I don't know exactly what consequences that has if the server were to keep running. I guess things like vanilla factions expanded mechanoids, for instance, that generates, you know, mechanoid clusters on the map, would eventually just like overclutter the whole place, and you get in as a new player on like 20 days into the server or whatever, and it's just mechanoids everywhere. I'm very curious to see how that works, by the way, because I am currently thinking that we could try and run with that mod. Other than that, setting up the world itself is a little bit of a pain. I was originally planning on using faction control, but this is literally all there is to setting up or generating your world, which is very, very hard to figure out. Basically, when you generate your world, you know, you choose your globe coverage, your seed, and a bunch of other settings. But for instance, we use the My Little Planet mod, right, which allows you to generate a world that is smaller in, you know, size, as like a planet size, which in turn allows you to set the globe coverage up to like 100%, right? So you have a fully encompassing globe, but without an insane amount of terrain and factions and I'll have you. Basically just allows you to have the full spectrum of biomes be always present. Because if you only generate a 30% globe, you do have some weird things that happen when you're running a lot of biome mods. But since it's just that one text file here, you kind of have to add in all those like small planet settings on your own, and it's, you know, very much guesswork right now. I did get the My Little Planets mod to work because it's literally just the planet size, and you just like type in planet size, similar to how it's already like syntaxed here. So globe coverage, you just type another line in with that, right? And voila, you get your planet size. But factions, I don't know how that, if that's even possible, because faction control usually has like its own selection UI here for faction control, right? And the good thing about that is that you can have mods that add factions in and races, but without adding the factions. And the reason why that is important is that normally I run the Forgotten Realms mod, this one, and it's the base mod. You can sort of see where this is going, this one, which adds all these Forgotten Realms races like, you know, Githyanki, goblins, different kinds of elves, etc., tieflings. And I really like playing with this because I feel that adding fantasy races adds a lot of diversity to your game. But unfortunately, the person developing this, they decided to merge their faction separate mod and their races separate mod into its own like combined thing again. It used to be like this in the past when all the races were their own mod, if I remember. So you get like goblins, but you would also get a goblin faction with that. So that if you wanted to remove it, you needed to use faction control. So this adds all these races as individual factions on your world map. Which is a little bit problematic when they're all medieval tech. Because all of a sudden you just have like a ton of medieval based factions that are purely one race. Essentially meaning that if you get visited by traders and such, the likelihood of it always being a medieval faction increases like to ridiculous levels, right? Because you need to have at least one of every one of these. And in comparison, what else is there? Like, there's pirates and there's outlanders, which are not specifically medieval, right? That can go to industrial and spacer tech. And then a few others, I believe, like the Empire and such. But in comparison to having like 10, 12, 14 or whatever medieval factions, you know, the balance is not quite there. So that's why I use faction control to remove them all pretty much. Which you can do just fine. And then to re-add them, if you will, I'm personally using Faction Blender, which what it does is it adds a like an amalgamation faction to the game, or it actually adds 3 different ones. One of them being a pirate amalgam group, meaning that it's basically like the regular pirates in terms of their tech level and how they work. But they can choose from the entire pool of all the different races used in alien humanoid races, which is, you know, kind of necessary if you want to make sure that those races become available in your playthrough. Because otherwise you just have them in there and the only way you would see them is in your starting colony. Which doesn't really work if you're playing with other mods that have things like, for ideology, you know, alien precepts for xenodiversity, like, you know, having an ideologian which prefers having a lot of diverse races in there. So that's kind of what I've been working on, getting the server to work. And it took a little bit longer than I thought it would, because amongst other things that I did was to create a collection for it, which is actually already available. If you follow through to my Steam URL on Twitch, you can find that under the collections that I've made. This one is currently called DCC Open World. And just a little PSA, it is in development, but yeah, this is a lot of mods. Going back to what I was saying, because I did say we wanted to keep it to 160 mods, right? So what I did initially was take a look at all the mods that I've been running, was running, and so forth in the past and present, and basically try to make a combined mod list that contained every single one of them, which is about, how many items is this? Yeah, 427 mods, which is a lot. But the reason why I did that was to make sure that it all would work together, and then potentially if it would, you know, allow you to do the multiplayer mod, where there were 2 instances of things that didn't work. Prepare Carefully, and what was the other one? It was Prepare Carefully and Realistic Planets, which is like a biome mod. They didn't work for various reasons. But that being said, once this collection was, you know, sort of in place, I could sort of use that as a starting point regardless, right? And the way that it'll probably work is that this is basically, you gotta see this collection as a color picker, right? Or a cherry pick palette or whatever, where every single mod here has the potential to be on the server, which means that if you're subscribed to this, you have all the mods pretty much, right? Or not pretty much, you have all the mods that could potentially be on the server. And then to sort of filter them out, we are using the plan is to use the Fluffy's mod manager mod, which is very, very good. If you have like never used that and you've modded RimWorld before, I would highly recommend to start using this, because it allows for so many quality of life features. One of the main things that I would be using, or we would be using it for in this case, is the fact that you can save your load order. What that means is that you can have all your subscribed mods, but instead of, whenever you want to switch your mod selection out, you have to unsubscribe to every single mod you have and then resubscribe to like a collection. Instead, you can load in a XML or like a string, a bunch of text, and then it'll automatically set up the load order for you in the order that it was saved as, which not only means that you don't have to worry about which mods you need to get, because they're all in the collection and will be sort of filtered out with the with the load order here, but it also means that you don't have to worry about the actual order that they're placed, which is also usually very important, since that's handled by the same thing. And if you want to add texture mods on top of that, you can add them on top of it, pretty much, right? So exactly how that works in terms of optional mods, I'm not entirely sure. We might make one collection that has just the bare bones and no visual or audio based upgrades, and then make a variation of what I would be using maybe for visuals, I don't know, and then one that and then write down the compatible or allowed like texture mods somewhere, because it's all about making it as convenient as humanly possible. But yeah, then once you've loaded that in and restarted your game and all the mods are loaded, you should be able to just join the server and that will be it. So, and then of course, if you're using a different load order with different mods for your single player experiences outside of the server, whatever it may be, you can save those as other load order lists in here, so that you can switch back and forth fluidly without, like, you still have to reload all the mods whenever you do that, which sometimes means starting up RimWorld to load all the mods, then going into the mod list manager and then load a different setup and then restart RimWorld loading all the mods from that load order, which sometimes, if you have large mod lists like 400 like I do, can be a bit tedious and take some time, but that is unfortunately the best that we have at the moment. So anyways, I think that pretty much covers most of what I wanted to say in regards to the RimWorld server. When it will happen is a completely different story, because I've really been getting back into RimWorld with my own like mod order list with those 400 mods and really been enjoying it. But I also want to give this open world RimWorld thing a go. The next steps is just to figure out exactly what mods to use. So far, I've basically been taking that long list and trimming it down to some 60 mods, and that's without quality of life, I think it is. So with quality of life, we would probably easily hit the 160 mods mark. But then figuring out which quality of life mods maybe we want to not have, because different people have different takes on how to balance the game. That's probably what's going to take the most time. Once that's sorted though, we will probably be running it as a closed whitelisted community server for anyone who wants to give it a go. And just like the Starbound server we had at some point, I don't remember if it's still running, but as Peak told me, the Starbound server was basically running 24/7, and I think it's been running literally for a year. No one's been playing on it, but it was updating mods autonomously and just doing its own thing. It's a set and forget server, which was very, very nice, with its own mod list and everything. But that's probably what would happen to the RimWorld server too. Just like a set and forget it kind of thing. So anyways, that's pretty much it with that, why don't we how is it again? It's set game. Let me try this. It's been a while since I've done this. Aha. Yes. I do need to make sure that it's actually done so on Twitch as well, because I don't always trust these commands. Not trust. Let's see here. My hope is that it's working just fine. Where does it say? There. It's working fine. Goody good. Cool. Why is it not showing anymore? Yeah. What the hell? That's weird. Because I've been setting up, trying to set up my Discord so that I can see who jumps in and out of chat. It was working just a moment ago. Why is that not working anymore? Yeah. Why is it not showing anymore? Is that literally just because I'm streaming this? Nope, there it is. But as soon as I full screen it, it disappears. Ah. What's going on with this? Ah. What was the keymine again? That is... Okay. Ha! Okay, the overlay does really weird things. Because I'm trying to disable and enable it, and it shows up, but now it's like just this little square is used for the entire overlay. What the fuck, Discord? I've seen other streamers able to use this overlay feature just fine, so why is it not working for me? What happens if I do it like this? Nope, still does not show up. That is so weird. Is as soon as I started rescaling the window, it's like Discord. Oh, now it's the overlay is off. What? Nope. Even if I'm in full screen, it doesn't show. And if I toggle and untoggle the overlay, nothing happens. Or is it because it's trying to show the overlay, but it doesn't know how to update it? Because I saw something there for a moment. I will figure this out. I want to figure this out, god damn it. Discord Minecraft lay not showing. Reboot your system, close all running apps. Like, okay, great. And that's not a solution, that's just bullshit. Yeah, it is enabled. Is turned on. Fix number 2, run Discord as any admin. I mean, I don't think that will I can't think straight. I don't know if it is running as an admin. Well, it definitely is not being run as an admin. Let's try. I mean, now it definitely is being run as in admin mode. But I mean, is it actually showing? Yeah, it is saying that I'm playing Minecraft 1.18.1 on the actual channel, Discord itself. So that's definitely working. Then why the heck is the actual who is talking overlay not showing? Because the overlay notifications are not showing. Maybe that's what I have to Google. It's called Minecraft overlay notifications not showing. Nah, it just gives you the overlays fixes again. Turn on game overlay. Yeah, that is done. Edit it manually, yes. Turn off hardware acceleration. Appearance. Okay. Don't see anything related to hardware acceleration. Should be under the advanced section. There's no advanced section. Unless it's under app settings now. It is. Hello, Zelfire. Welcome to. And that reconnected me. Just messing around with some Discord stuff at the moment. How are you doing? Why is the game overlay not showing? I see like part of the Discord logo in the top left right now, but only shows up very briefly. Oh my god. You just read the best thing? Okay. It's funny. Alright. What is it? Type it in. Sure. Let me try and get this to work in the meanwhile. Display. Nope, that's definitely set to 100%. Move the overlay. Okay. Put it in Discord. Okay. Okie dokie. Dude, some of these solutions are so fucking ridiculous. Run Discord as an admin, yeah. Hmm. Boopy doop boop boop doop boo. This is what I'm looking at. Let Windows try to fix apps if so they're not blurry. What the hell does that do? Hey, let me see what you've got. This is driving me insane. And it spell advertisements. Right. An inappropriate joke. I think it's supposed to say without, right? Yeah. I mean, it is a set. I have my stream set as a mature audience, so you know, shouldn't be a problem to have dirty jokes and stuff. But let's just be on the safe side, I think. Oh, why is this not working? This is so annoying. Hmm. Like, I've got Minecraft selected here in the activity status with the overlays toggled to be on. And when I was testing this earlier, before I rescaled the, see, there it is. It's there now. The fuck? Okay. What? What? Now it's there. Huh? Let me just make sure that you guys can actually see that. Get out of this. Minimize you. Enable preview. Okay, so I can see it in the preview now. What if I switch over to the... Oh, okay. I see what the problem is. Huh. That is such a weird problem. It's actually OBS related. Because as soon as I switch into yeah, as soon as I switch away from my overlay layout that just displays the desktop and into an overlay where I just stream the actual client, it disappears. I wonder why that is. I'll try and show you in a moment. So the thing I've been wanting to do for when we're doing the community server is to be more active on Discord, and to make it a bit more clear who's talking and who's in there. You can enable the Discord overlay stuff. I'm still stuck on advertisements. Great. But yeah, I wanted to like add these overlays so you can have this thing where everyone who joins will show in a list, and whenever someone's talking, their username's gonna light up, and I can see it on my end too, so I don't have to have Discord open so that I can see who jumps in and out of chat every time I hear a dudunk sound. But for some reason it stopped showing when I switched my overlay over to one that only shows the game. So what if we just for now do this? No, it's not really Discord integration with Minecraft specifically, but just video games in general. That was what I was showing just a moment ago. Great. Shoot. In here. So what you can do is in activity status, you know, that's where you show which games you're actively playing on Discord. I've added Minecraft itself here, and then I've toggled the overlay to be on, and then in game overlay you can have that notifications thing that shows up where people which people are on the Discord. So that's kind of what I'm messing with, but for some reason this, like, I figured out how to get it to show, but it you use browser Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, I used the desktop version because I always automatically log in pretty much. But yeah, as soon as I switched over to my Minecraft layout, it would disappear. I wonder if that's because I was doing game capture. Let's see. Oh, the name's already in use. What? What do you mean the name's already in use? Hold on a second. What? I don't have any other Minecraft setups as far as I remember. Okay. Well, let's see here. MC. Don't capture any specific full screen, but capture specific window, and then we're looking for the Java. Okay. Oh, that's peculiar. You can't even see the overlay right now. But it's basically frozen as well. So as soon as I add the Minecraft as a game to a scene, then it messes up the overlay. That's annoying. What if I just add it as a is it window capture, I think? Call that MC. Capture method automatic. That seems to work. So if I full screen this, yeah, that's a problem. Because though it captures the window when I'm in full screen, it doesn't update. God damn it! Why does that not work? Nope. That is not a solution either. Yeah, what seemed like a simple 5-minute change. Yeah, pretty much. I assumed this was working too because, you know, I did set it up before stream, but I guess I was wrong. Shoot. That's so bad. The super complex is going to take ages. Yeah, it's what happens. That's what happens. What can you do? But yeah, I can only do game capture and window capture does work, but only if I'm not doing Minecraft in full screen. God fucking damn it. OBS Studio. Window capture freeze. Aw. Okay, you can capture full screen games with window capture. That's just period. You just can't do it. Which is not entirely true. You can capture borderless full screen. Wait. But it's less efficient though, so it would cause like an impact on the stream. Okay, I do have an idea though. Minecraft borderless full screen. How do you do that? Can you do that? Is that an actual thing? Do monitor capture. I could do that. That would also work. Then I would just capture my desktop as well though, but it would work. Yeah. Couple of advantages of running Minecraft in a borderless window. You can, yeah. How to do it? Microsoft has officially dropped support for borderless window mode, starting with Minecraft 1.13. That was a long time ago. You can do it with Java arguments. Okay. This is something I might look into post-stream, but you're right, Selfie. I think for now, we can just do a display capture. Delete that. You can set a scene to only be active when... Do you mean scene or source? How do you do that? Because right now it's displaying the primer. Okay, let's start by just figuring out if it actually... Okay, as soon... See, this is the other issue. As soon... Oh, okay. Whew, I was just about to say. Okay, so doing that seems to work. You can see the Discord overlay just working fine. I mean, you have scenes and sources. But this is my Minecraft scene. I have a scene for every single game that I stream. And a associated source in every one of those scenes. So it's like... Whenever I switch to the Minecraft scene, you know, it just will display my entire desktop. Which is not like a problem or anything, but it does mean that if I open up a browser, it'll show up on the same thing as well. And don't do that, Dragon. Standard Windows features, goddammit. Can have a scene override another? You mean like using a scene as a source, I suppose? Because you can do that as well, but it's a bit more finicky though. You can have browser sources, which you disable if the browser source is inactive, for instance. That's something you can do, but I don't know about using a scene as a source. Because I am actually doing that with my alert box overlay. That's like an actual scene. Let me just try something here. Yeah, that has no properties. I don't know. That would be something I'd have to look into in the future. For now though, this works, which is the most important part. You're using it, you had a scene for no games open, then another scene for each game, and then activated if it found game.exe. Okay. I'll have to look into that, because maybe that could be a solution. It's not the first time though that a fix for a problem has basically ended up resolving me into what do you call it? Just displaying the or rendering the display in its entirety. Once it found a game, it overwrites the no game menu. Alright. Well, whatever the case, this does work for now, right? And with the Java arguments, I could probably just try and do that and see if it works. I would have to do a window capture though, which would still be less performance friendly, I guess. But anyways, I think this I just want to get this over with. How it is designed to work. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look after stream, I think, when I get time at some point. Now, Minecraft. No, I did not self-hire. I wouldn't keep my hopes up on that either. Don't expect me to do that. It's like far beyond what I'm capable of. It's raining though. Well, how about a show around for what I've sort of worked on a little bit. So you haven't seen the factory from the inside, because the outside is the only thing that's on Discord right now. But if we go in here and take a look, it is operating. Yeah, I haven't streamed Minecraft for like a month because I basically took half a month just to fix the desync issues. And I was just so burned out from playing Minecraft that I needed a bit of a break doing other things. So that is pretty much why. Unfortunate as that may be. But yeah, so this is how I built my factory. I basically put down and figured out the different machines on what I wanted them to do. I made them as like yeah, I mean I did fix it. yeah, kinda. Well, actually, it's just when I fixed it, I was 100% sure I fixed it. So there was that one point where the game was like, no, you didn't fix it after all, but that was that was a really good reason for why that happened. But going through my machines, at least, I've got a crusher wheel set up that runs way too fast, which then leads over into my washing plant. And then it feeds back the ore, and then it gets dumped into the system. And I've hooked that up with a cobblestone generator, which is what this is. There's just some drills down here. And that's sort of what you can hear. And yeah, that's connected underground with like a drawer setup. So this drawer setup over here is actually connected to that compacting drawer over here. Otherwise, you know, you'd have to use conveyor belts, and I could not be bothered to do that over this short distance. It also makes it much cleaner. But yeah, right now it's just like breaking all the cobblestone, and it's being run through up here, being crushed down into gravel. And here it gets filtered based off of whether or not it is washable. So if it's washable, it goes off to the side, to the wash plant, and if it's not, it goes into the drawer system. And that means that if I put in, you know, iron ore, gold ore, anything like that, some of the things that it produces as a side product, like, you know, redstone, is not washable, so you want it to do it that way. But yeah, here it just gets washed. And since it uses the washable tag, it also automatically, you know, knows how to handle wheat, for instance. Then you can just chuck straight up wheat in there, and it'll ground it up into flour and wash it into dough straight away without you having to do any extra work, which is really, really convenient. So all my redstone is dirty. I guess you could see it that way. Yes, technically speaking. Yeah. That's one way to put it. But it just means that, you know, you can do this washing feature. Some of the other machines I've got around here which are currently disconnected is... I'm trying to remember. Yeah, this is just my metal press. Like, all this is... These other machines are pretty much just manual setups. But yeah, you can just chuck your ingots on the right, I think. And then it just runs at ridiculous speeds. And you can modify the speeds of all these machines. And they can be turned off, you know, on an individual basis. So that's also built in there with a clutch. So I can also, like, turn off the grinding wheel, and then I'll just build up cobblestone, for instance. Seems backwards. Oh, because it's going from the right to the left. Yeah, I mean, I can easily reverse the direction. If I remember correctly. Might not be able to. Let me just get my crate bag out. I was trying to, like, disconnect these to see if it would run better, because it is one problem I'm having is the factory creates a little bit of lag. But no, I don't think I can actually change the direction of this. Can I? No. I did not make it that smart. That's the cool thing about these speed controllers, is that they can go negative speed, which just makes them turn the opposite direction. Inventories are flashy flickery? My inventory? Or do you mean like that UI? I mean, these are enchanted items. I mean, the reason why the UI would be... Oh. Flashy flickery? Flashy. I mean, it's not flickery on my end, so if it's flickery, it would be my OBS settings. Pretty clear on my end. But yeah, I don't know. That's the middle press. And this is the mixing setup that I have currently. Must be FPS, yeah, probably. My FPS on the stream setup is set to 48 FPS because I've been trying out some new things. Seemed to work fine for Fallout, but maybe it doesn't do that all that well with Minecraft. It could also be because I'm doing some friend blending stuff, so AI is like going in and adding in frames that just don't exist, and then it doesn't do it properly. An odd number? Yes, it is. But it's because it's common FPS values. And if a game doesn't even run at 60 FPS to begin with, like Minecraft runs at 20 FPS right now, you know, it doesn't matter if you set your stream to collect 60 frames per second if the game itself only runs 20. So, and it also improves your CPU usage drastically by lowering it from 60 to 48. Normally you see 30 or 60. Yeah, 48 is like some in-between area. So it's because like 30 seems a bit low, but I can try and lower it to 30, but then you know it would be hard capped at 30 FPS. Whereas for 48 FPS it's like a middle ground, right? Maybe, I don't know. Could also just be because of other things, like the bitrate, for instance. But I'll rewatch the VOD at some other point to see. But yeah, this is just the standard blaze burner setup. And then I can chuck coal in here so that it feeds it automatically. Again, everything is running off one lever, so as soon as I turn that on, everything operates. Because I wanted to like hook it all up to like a master power setup, so all the power that this is being run off comes in through here with another speed controller, so that I can actually also globally for the entire factory set up the speed. Doing that will mean that the conveyor belts in most places are gonna move a little bit faster as well. And that just goes out to those 3 windmills that are out here. These 3 boys. And they're connected underground with like shafts and stuff. So yeah, this entire factory is running off the same power supply. And lastly but not least, we have this setup, which is for the precision devices mechanisms. I don't know why I call them devices. So it's, you know, very much the same that I had before with the prototype setup, but I can turn it on and off specifically. And again, it does have a speed controller in here, so if I end up producing more power and hook it up to the same network, I can technically, you know, boost the speed of the individual parts, which I've done for the stone generator pretty much, right? The main use right now, that and the crushing wheel, because these two need to run pretty fast in order to like keep up with each other. Oh, and the washing plant speed is dependent on the crushing wheel as well. So if I increase the speed for this entire setup over here behind this pillar, then it does also improve the speed of the fans over here. And I think also the conveyor belts in this particular setup, which is quite important because they need to keep up with each other, right? So, but yeah, that's basically the factory so far. I don't think I want to build it any bigger, and in fact I have been thinking about reducing it in size as well. Most specifically everything from the screen here in the middle and then to the right, I've been contemplating just removing from this setup. So it's just the crushing wheel and washing plant for manual processing or whatever. And there's like, what is making all the power? It's literally just these wind mills out here. It's literally just these 3 windmills. They go down and then, yeah, underneath here somewhere. Then it goes in here, I think. Or under the waterfall, I think, actually. I did used to have it over ground, but then I realized, oh, okay, it's actually cleaner if I hide it away underneath. And if pondering wasn't sort of broken right now, I would also be experimenting with the steam-powered sub mod that was made for Create. But because Ponder doesn't work, I can't in-game look out how these machines are supposed to function and be set up. And that's a bit of a problem when there's no other documentation. Yeah, you know, the W feature that allows you to see what they do. If you do the Ponder and it gives you that 3D visualization on how the different machines work, it will usually show most of the playback. You don't know, you've never seen the Ponder. The Ponder feature. Okay. Should be fine. It's not that. Fuck. Don't want it to. Can I pause it? How do I pause it? Okay, so it basically shows you that 3D space thing. I can only show some of it. Yeah, okay. So I can only show it basically gives you like a 3D environment visualization of how to set up the different Create contraptions, and it's the main way in learning how to use Create. But for some reason, when the playback gets to a certain point, depending on what contraption you're pondering, it just crashes your game. It just crashes it. I don't know what happens on the server. I don't think we've tested it, but on the single player it just crashes your game, at least. And it is a known issue, and right now, as far as I've found, it's something that Botania needs to patch. And there is, because it's on their issue tracker, and they have talked about it, saying that, I think if I remember, I read they have fixed the issue. It's just not on a live stable build of Botania. So until Botania implements that update, it's just going to be broken. It sucks. Yes, it does. So fortunately, I already experimented with almost every single Create contraption, so I know how to do the basic progression and do most things. But there's a lot of stuff that I don't know how to use yet, especially some of the new things, including that from that separate mod, right? So I have no idea how to figure out how it works. If you get rid of Botania, I mean, it would work, but it's like one of the fundamental mods in here. So because it's weird. So before it was broken without Botania, and they fixed it on Create side, I think.
Submit!
But then I believe it was also broken suddenly on, because like then we added Botania and then it was broken again or something. Thanks for that follow there. Yeah, so we're stuck with it until they update. And the thing is, like, they have acknowledged the issue and said they fixed it. It's just not in a public stable build. Botania is very complicated. It can be. A lot of mods are fairly complicated. I mean, Create is complicated. I think the Create is probably the hardest mod that I've had to get into in recent times. But with the pondering system, when it works, it's also really good at visualizing how to do things. What makes it hard though is that it works very differently from a lot of other mods at a glance. Because it uses kinetic power instead of, you know, cables that just magically make things work. So there's that. Besides the Create factory, I've done a little bit of cleaning up and expanding the terraform areas a little bit more as well. Immersive mods are very hard. I suppose. I think some magic mods, generally speaking, are also very hard because they tend to be very unique. But say you've messed around with industrial craft, or rather, let's go all the way back actually. So when I started playing Minecraft, the first mods that were available were things like Buildcraft, which added the concepts of pipes to the game, right? Electrical cables, which are just blocks and stuff. And once you've sort of used and figured out how Buildcraft works, switching to something like Industrial Craft is not that hard because they work on a lot of the same concepts. The same with Thermal Dynamics, I think it's called. Also uses cables in the exact same way. You know, having a black box, which is just like a single block, a magic block, which takes in power and and items on the different sides of the block, and then voila, something comes out on the output. And a lot of mods do it that way, so there's a lot of similarities, right? Flying saucer found? It's because it's plant-based? Nah, I wouldn't. I mean, Botania, I don't know. Kinda, but not really. Well, Botania's based around magic. Oh, actually, before I go to Peaks Mountain, gotta turn off the magnet, otherwise he gets mad at me. This is Peaks' place, and he's going into Botania big time. Oh yeah, he was also experimenting with Malum, which I also kind of want to do at some point. It's something spirit magic, which the mods looks really cool in its presentation, and you can apparently do some really cool stuff with it too. Yeah, I guess. But it's not just flowers. You also make magic items like rings and stuff. You know, utilities. But you're right, you're right. Here's Peaks windmill setup. It's not finished, he told me. Like I said that his aqueduct here looked a little bit blocky, but he said it wasn't finished. He's just blocking it out. But he's like trying to go with a bit of a ruined, destroyed kind of like theme this time, using a lot of white blocks. Yeah, but the items are not complex to understand. I suppose you're right on that. You're right on that. I mean, Botania is like, you know, automation through magic and magical flowers, basically. I think would be the shorthand description of it. But Peaks used it a lot. Every time we've had Botania or some magic mod pack, it's always his go-to thing. So he's got more experience with it than I do. I see he's started building his enchanting setup. Nothing like IRL to base it on. I guess so. I think this is his mana setup here. And this is why I'm not allowed to use a magnet around. Actually, that isn't the reason, but, you know, that's why you shouldn't use a magnet in his place. Once you get the hang of it, then get very powerful. Like the blood magic mod. I think a lot of magic mods, generally speaking, are very, very powerful. Just thinking back to Wally, who was on the server last time I streamed this. Like within, you know, a few hours of worth of stream, he'd already gotten like one-shot magic skills and could fly around with out in the Elytra. So, you know, I think Ars Magica is pretty dang OP in that sense. And then if I remember correctly, Peak's got his farm stuff all down here. He was getting so fucking frustrated though, but we've sort of also addressed that particular reason why he was getting frustrated. Ow. All this was naturally generated too, he said. He did flatten out the ground pretty much a little bit down here, but this is all natural like this. It's kind of cool. Have any farms in this base yet? You mean auto farms? I guess this would be an auto farm. It's got a living rock farm here. Wonder if he's contemplating what happens when this fills up. But yeah, he's automatically producing living rock here, using a little bit of Create and Botania together. So this is just like a hovering hourglass from Botania, which once the sand runs out, it sort of triggers a redstone signal. I wonder if that lever is like a kill switch. I think it might be. But yeah, he was, since he's using living rock for crafting or building his place, he wanted to automate it. So he didn't have to constantly do it on his own. No, I'm not messing with his stuff. I wonder. Doesn't seem like it's chunk loaded, but you never fucking know. But yeah, that's pretty much his place. He's got his drawer system in here. Anything down here? Yeah, it's just more drawers. Oh, he's also got like an ore crushing facility. Very different than my setup, of course, but it works still. Ore crush and washing facility. Surprised that this can all be connected to the main drawer system. Kind of cool. Oh, god damn it. Ah. There we go. No, I didn't bring a gift. I'm a terrible guest in that regard. Sadly. We've both got our Grey Goblins also just sort of stuck here. But yeah, the issue that he was dealing with was these was actually also Ars Magica. They've got these wildens that one of them by default will just hunt wild animals and like livestock and that kind of stuff. So you just couldn't have a bunch of sheep roaming around without them suddenly just being dead when you're not looking. Similar, like I think they killed all his bees because they weren't left alone either. They had to go and reacquire them. Take an item from his chest and make it again. Nah. I think he's fine. I recently went to the end as well to get some endstone. I can't remember what did I need endstone for again? There was something I wanted to do with it, but what was it? Was it just for building? Surely not. Maybe it was just to build things. No, there's something else. What was it? think it was this, but I would need to fight an Ender Dragon to do that. Because I've been wanting to get more improvements to my enchanting setup. And by making these end shells, I can make better quality enchantments. So how do I make an end crystal? Gas tears. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, that's a nuisance. Oh, also, so I made... This is where I started today, but I thought I would just mention this. I moved all my drawers down below into like a basement setup so that I can have all these numbers show without like completely murdering my FPS over ground. No, I don't have an elytra. I've only just been to the end very briefly because I think Vali already killed the Ender Dragon very early on, and you know, in order to fight the Ender Dragon myself, I would have to go and reactivate all these end crystals by plopping them onto the towers that you find down there. These obsidian towers. So I only went there to get endstone, and I cannot remember why. But there's also some interesting biomes down there. Hey, you need a blanket too? Yeah, I've turned off all the heat in my apartment, but today it's a bit overcast. So right now it's only 7 degrees and it's cloudy outside. You gotta love this thing though. It's got like actual sleeves. So I'm a very cool boy. Still got a lot of body fat, so I have a hard time staying warm, especially during winter. Oh my god. Yeah, heating does cost lots to run. And it was like it was like 15-17 degrees Celsius or something the other day. Like I was just sweating, just existing. So I figured, okay, it's about that time of the year where I can finally turn the heating off, but it's still a bit inconsistent, so I don't know. I do think though that we're at that stage where I can do that safely. I want a compacting drawer. Where do we put you? Let's just put you there. Oop. The sour banana. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Only it's 20 here and you're cold. Yeah, if it was 20 degrees Celsius over here, I would be fucking just dying from the heat. It's weird how that is. It's like literally as soon as it jumps from winter to being 10 degrees C, then Danish people just like almost can't exist. Especially on a sunny day, it gets pretty warm inside. It's 12 for you. Temperature. 12 degrees Celsius is not bad either. Unless it's Fahrenheit, then it's pretty cold. Put the week of weather in Discord. Oh. Let's see what you gotta deal with then. Oh yeah, I wouldn't even need to switch overlays when I'm doing Minecraft. That's true. Think about it. Party! Hello, Kia. How you guys doing? How did the king work out for you? Hi, Toto. I was lurking a little bit before I started streaming today. Better-ish. Are you getting the hang of it? I saw Toto's character was using a AoE gun of some sorts. And Cap was doing the... What was it you said? The monk, I think? So this is the weather around Cellfire's place. A jumper and stuff on once it got below 25. Jesus. Hey Cap. Thanks for the lurk. Your OBS crashed your video drivers and you restarted. Oh, damn. Yikes. RIP. But yeah, 20 degrees, 23 degrees Celsius, that's like... I would just be melting over here. It's like peak summer at the warmest. It gets like, when it's really insane, it's like 30 degrees Celsius. But normal summer temperatures do get around 20 C over here or something like that. Keo, shall we see if we can find a good clip of you? Does that sound like something fun? Good. Can I do... Yes. Aha, now that I've switched my chat overlay to be Twitch again, I can actually do fancy things. See what we get. Wah. Wah. That must have been recent. Wah, wah. And that was it. Okay. Thanks for that clip, Jenna. Great. Me saying wah. Wah. Wah wah wah. Wah. Maybe not that kind of wah. Maybe not that kind of wah. I don't know why it had to go the wah Luigi kind of route, but it kind of did. So you gotten off today, Kyo? Or you're gonna be playing some off stream as well? We're doing Minecraft today because it's been like a month. Got to sleep. All right. That's raw Azure silver file. It's for silent gear. I can tell you what it's used for in a moment. But you say you go to sleep, all right. Well, you don't have to feel obligated to stay and lurk. If you want to go and sleep and need to go and sleep, then go and sleep. And thanks for the raid. The raw Azure silver is for a mod called Silent Gear and can be smelted into ingots, which can be used to make equipment with. There it is. As one feature, but you can also use it to make some special stuff called this Azure Silver Dust. And this is used to either make an even higher grade dust or to be run through a grading process, which is a bit not complicated, but it's a bit involved. Let's just put it that way. Some Microsoft Azure product. All right, Kia, see you later. Just because it has Azure in it? Yeah, I don't know. Actually, let me put that up here. No, wait, shit. Yes, here. Because I removed my auto smelting setup in here too. Let me just get the right one. Bloop. There's something basic. Thanks for the look, Toto. Are you also going to sleep, Toto? Because I suspect all three of you are probably going to be sleeping. But yeah, I moved my smelting setup here. Unfortunately, you cannot crush the Silent Gear ore into the Create crusher. Because if you do that, it just poof, vanishes. So don't do that. Kind of just restricts you to just smelting them directly. Unfortunate, but that's just how it is. I forgot to put those away. These shafts here. Oop. Now, if I remember correctly, one of the last things I noticed was that, yeah, my gneiss is running out of this stuff. And I use that for building this entire place here. Which I've also sort of figured out where it's going to go to. It's going to pretty much... I want to terraform this entire plateau up here. Because you can sort of see the topology on the map that it sort of cuts off beyond these point, like this point where there's no forest now. Show you a little bit what it is like. Go find some food or tea. For tea. Alright. Alright, Selfire. Go and get some. Oop-a-doop. So if we jump up here, it's gonna look very, very boring, but I basically got this entire empty canvas up here to build on. And then just like, I had to build it this way, which is kind of silly, but I built the factory setups down here first, and then I realized that if I wanted to keep it the way that I designed it, I either had to make like a roof extension specifically over this crushing setup down there, or destroy it all and lower the entire factory to a further down point, or increase the height of the plateau on top of the whole factory, which I did not want to do. So this is kind of the solution I went with. I think it is kind of cool because you can see the factory working from up here, but it does also mean that, you know, the factory, which is a little bit performance heavy, kind of doesn't get hidden away either. But yeah, I basically went around chopping down all the trees in this plateau up here just to figure out how far out I could go before the terrain would end. So I don't want to be building beyond this point because, as you can see, it just cliffside, right? And there's some gorillas over there. If I continued this way along, you can see that it is still like raised up terrain, but it's like sort of like that shape, like an oblong kind of area which is raised up. So I'm thinking that part of the terraforming is just to like remove a lot of terrain here so that, you know, it separates this cleared area from the tree line, essentially. Because I don't think I want to build on a larger area than this, because if I don't sort of start limiting down the area, I fear that I'll just be terraforming and building these, what do you even call it? Terrain embellishments, wall embellishments, or whatever, for all eternity and never get to build a structure. So that's kind of what I was planning in that regard. Right here, I actually want to be building a lumber mill, which is one of the next projects I want to get to, and also why I've been terraforming this upper section here. Just sort of to figure out where I can put down the factory or lumber mill is somewhere in this area. And I don't know if it's probably gonna be wind powered, but I can add some water wheels to it just for visual effect too. But in order to build that, that's where we're coming from. I need more gneiss first, because if I am, this is the thing that I always don't like in Minecraft, which is running out of build materials halfway through your building process, because that means you have to go back out of build mode. And then going back to, oh, I have to go and grab some resources from somewhere. Activate that magnet again. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So why don't we go and gather some fitting crops to prepare ourselves. Not exactly sure where we should go to get gneiss, but there are two options right now. Two primary ones anyway. Also get some of this corn. A little bit of a ball ache trying to farm this stuff. Because it doesn't behave like normal crops do. Since it grows 2 blocks tall, but each block is like a valid crop. That's also why it's like kind of bugging out right now. And what that essentially means is that if a bottom portion grows to its completion, then it can start like yielding actual like crop drops or whatever you want to call it. But then it'll start growing a section on top of it, which will only yield you something if it's fully grown. But you can still harvest the bottom part of the plant to get something, then you just forfeit the upper section, if you will. And that's kind of a little bit annoying when when you're trying to just mass harvest it. Because then you basically have to access the bottom block, which is, you know, usually occluded by all the blocks nearby. But I do want me some more sourceberry rolls, which is kind of my main food here. Okay, I actually don't have that many berries, but I think it's gonna be fine. Make some of those. Put the excess in there, and we should be... Oh, right, now I remember why I went to the... Fuck. Okay, I remember why we went to the... I went to the end now. Because I want end rods. It's the bloody end rods, that's what it was. That's a very good reason why I want those in particular. It's not just a visual lock, mind you. You can actually use it for something very useful. Hey Vesper. Pam's Harvest mod? No. It's not Pam's Harvest mod. It's Farmer's Delight. Actually. The crops over there, the corn, is something like an extension mod called Corn Delight specifically. But the crops that we're using here is Farmer's Delight. I like this mod more than Pam's Harvest Craft for a couple reasons. If you've tried either, you probably have a good sense of why that might be. Yeah, I never cleared out my mining pack. Damn it. But I have a suspicion you've also played modded Minecraft. Oh yeah, I got an Enderman spawn egg, that's true. That might actually be very useful. Cosmic Cod. Oh yeah, there were like these flying fish in the end. Don't need the Enderman heads. Some weird ass ores. You like Pam's, but never be able to play modded because you don't own a PC. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Modded Minecraft brings so many things to the table. I mean, wait. Is that entirely true though? If you own a console and you own the Bedrock version of Minecraft, can't you technically use mods from the marketplace still? I know it's not the same and you'd have to pay for them, unlike the Java edition. But technically you could use mods, right? On console. If that's your alternative. It is a shame though. Because I've seen you in the others' chats here and there as well, so you would probably be allowed to get onto the server, like get whitelisted right away if you wanted to. But if you don't have a PC, I guess it's a bit moot point, unfortunately, huh? Because yes, this is a server. Nope, mods in the store are complete dog shite. Really? Are they actually that bad? I watched a video covering what was it again? It was you've probably heard of the E04 mod, if you've ever looked into Minecraft modding at least. It's a very old dimensional mod that adds a dimension called the E04, or Ava, however you want to pronounce that, of course. They're not even mods, to be fair. I've seen some things in there that seem like they would be mod material. I remember there was like a gardening mod that basically focused around flowers and building a garden and all that stuff, which looked very, very pretty if you wanted to build, like, you know, an actual garden kind of setup in whatever way you could imagine. And there were some game mechanics associated with it too, if I recall. But I didn't look much into it because, again, it was a marketplace mod. Just reskin mobs? Really? But I've seen like vehicles and all kinds of stuff that isn't like, or can't just be a reskin, right? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a distinction between the console version and non-console version, I guess. Shouldn't be, because it's Bedrock, but yeah. They're just reskinned horses, really. Yeah, okay, that is kinda lame. That is actually the case. The E04 mod, though, was a particularly interesting video, because some people decided that it would be a good idea to release an E04 mod for the marketplace, except they didn't have the rights to make the E04 dimension mod, and they blatantly just copied the original mod in its entirety, with all the block names, biome names, and visual aesthetics to such a degree that it was almost like if you just played one or the other and you knew about the E04, you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell. Like, you can see them side by side, tell them apart, but they're very visually similar. Used to have mods went through hell to get a shader pack on your Xbox. Yeah, I mean, console modding, like modding for consoles, is probably always going to be like a pain in the ass, isn't it? Still, it is at least possible, but yeah, not necessarily optimal. End Dragon, not necessarily possible. What they did though was absolutely terrible. Though they stole the mod base, or they recreated the mod for the marketplace, but sold it as their own creative sort of content. And Microsoft didn't sort of, you know, moderate any of that stuff. Like, you know, they were just allowed to put it up there for no without any issue. Just get that sound a little bit down. And again, they just copied off someone else's work. But what was really, really sad about this is that it wasn't even a good copy in some ways, because the original E04 was like an actual dimension you would travel to, and it would just generate terrain like the End or the Nether, right? But this particular ripoff thing actually was just like a limited play space, like a pre-built area. And if you went just a little bit further away than the outer render distance in this mod or marketplace thing, you would just have regular Minecraft terrain generate in all of a sudden. Which, you know, it's just fucking sad. And I can't even remember, I think they charged like $10 for it or something. Like, It wasn't cheap either. Used to have mods went through hell, blah blah. There used to be an app, they made it easy. A microtransaction cucked it and removed it from everyone's possession? Is that what you were meant to say? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been fortunate, I guess, to always play Java, but I do own both versions of Minecraft, and there are benefits to like the Bedrock edition of Minecraft. Also, if you're playing on a PC, not a console or anything like that, since it's instead of running off Java, it runs off C#, which means that things like chunk loading is way faster. From my personal experiences as well on the Bedrock edition. Just getting some ender pearls, by the way. So playing Bedrock edition just for the performance improvements, especially if you're playing vanilla, seems like a pretty good decision in my opinion. But at the same time, I was just the other day made aware of like, oh, there's like this thing, if you go like a certain amount of blocks out, world generation in Bedrock just breaks, and it's apparently like only a Bedrock specific issue, and Mojang is aware of it. It's on their issue tracker, but it's been marked as will not fix. So yeah. Has a mini fridge have a strong system? No, it's not even the Farlands. Like, this is... I can't remember how far out he said you had to go, but this is like in the middle of normal world gen. It just starts falling apart for some reason. The cave generation, I think it was specifically. So ravines will, from what I could see, look like they were just like super wide all of a sudden. And it just breaks world generation without having to go to the Farlands. It's not because you're going too far out in that sense. And sadly, on top of all that, some, you know, other people who watched and found this this issue thing, they also like started commenting that they knew pretty much that it wouldn't be a big deal to fix. Like, it's something they, if they were to do it, they could probably do it, you know? So it's not because Mojang can't fix it, they just decide to not do it, apparently. I mean, they can still, you know, go back on that decision, but still. That they've already said, like, oh, we're not gonna fix this, like, fundamental flaw here. No, we don't run Tinker's construct. It's something that is similar, but also very different. Yeah, for Farlands, right? 20 billion blocks. This is within like a few million blocks, I think it was. So still far out, but a few million blocks on large servers apparently is not unheard of. It's not impossible, especially if you utilize the nether. But yeah, it wasn't because you were... I think the main point is that it was a fundamental problem and not something that is triggered because you walk too far out. I think that is the main reason why this not being fixed is a little bit of a why kind of statement, you know? Like, why not fix it if it's fixable? But this is something called Silent Gear, which works in a similar but different way. Silent Gear allows you to do pretty much the same, make customized equipment, but so things that are similar is like, oh, your tool by default will not get destroyed, it can be repaired, you know, when it runs out of durability. But here it works a little bit different. in this, you have these repair kits, which you fill up with materials, and then just like put them into your crafting area together with your tool. In fact, my sword is a little bit low, so let's see here. Yeah, I don't have many diamonds in this. It actually needs to be refilled. But, you know, it's very similar in that regard. But you do not have the whole liquid metal state part of this. Like, you don't have a smeltery in this. That's just not a part of it. Nether makes travel a joke. Yeah, exactly, because you're moving 16 times normal speed. Can make unbreakable tools though. Inherently you can't. I mean, you can do that sort of with vanilla. Just, you know, have a mending whatever's, and it's borderline indestructible too. If that's what you mean, like actually never run out of durability, never breaks. And you can pretty much do the same here. All these silent gear items, they can be enchanted as well. So you can give them enchantments on top of the fact that depending, a little bit like with Tinkers, what material they're made of, they get different traits, okay? So diamond, for instance, gives it a lot of durability. And if you make a full suit of armor made out of iron, you get the magnet ability, which as far as I know is... and remember, is exactly how it works with T-Construct as well, right? With a bunch of obby reinforced plates. I mean, it's still technically not indestructible in T-Construct, right? Because the obsidian plates, they reduce, like they give it a chance to reduce the chance of it losing durability whenever it's supposed to, right? I think that's how it works. And you can do a similar thing here, depending on what materials you use. You also, similar to T-Construct, make your tools out of different components. So for instance, this hammer consists out of a hammer head and a tool rod. And you can also upgrade it with specific things on top of that. Enough, it becomes unbreakable. Okay. I mean, you can do that through some other mods here as well, but it's, you know, you have to earn it in a very different way. I actually wasn't aware of that. The main reason I personally don't like to use T-Construct anymore is because it's just so fucking laggy. Like, it's cool for the coolness factor, but the smelted liquid state of all the ores and making an automated smeltery is doable, but it's just so fucking laggy, it's ridiculous. I've done that in the past, and every time I've done that, spending time around that plant is just so laggy because of all the pipes with liquid, like halfway filled with liquids, and all the casting basins and everything. One thing I do like about Silent Gear is the simplicity of it. But also, you can actually make custom alloys with this. Yeah. Okay, so you're also familiar with that. Alloys. So a hammerhead consists of, how many is it? 6 different components. So the hammerhead. And that's kind of cool because it means that you can combine the effects of diamond with other materials, and the end result hammerhead in both color and functionality is going to be a mix of the different materials you apply to it. The higher up the list it is, the more what do you call it, prevalence does it have, or whatever however you want to say that, the more impactful it is on the stat line. So the further down the list, the less impactful it is on like a percent, as a percentage modifier or whatever. YouTubers used to watch play mod packs with those like a religion. I mean, I've been using T-Construct as well for a very, very long time. But if I remember correctly, one of the things you couldn't do with T-Construct, which I think you can now, is that you could not enchant them. Like, you couldn't enchant your stuff with the enchantments that you get, right? And a lot of mod packs tend to add a ton of really, really cool enchantments. And I was just so tired of not being able to utilize them together with T-Construct. Because what's the point of getting, like, having additional, you know, 80 new types of enchantments or whatever if you can't even use them for anything? Because if you do, you have to use vanilla tools. And then it's kind of like... But the T-Construct tools are so much cool, you know? Like having a 3x3 hammer or whatever that also, I don't know, gives you XP for every stone that you mine or something like that. Yeah, now you can. I think so too. But there's still some things you cannot do with T-Construct that you can do with Silent Gear. Let's take, for instance, the example in which you go to a village and... Whoa, that was sketchy. You go to a village, and in that village you find an enchanted diamond sword, for instance, or you go and do a modded dungeon and you find some really cool armor that is like vanilla iron or diamond armor or whatever it may be. And it's got those really cool enchantments. You're like, damn, I would love if I could have a modifiable tool with those enchantments on it. Someone didn't want to build the whole road. Okay, fair enough. Well, with Silent Gear, you can actually do that. One YouTuber you watch, he always made a one-tap sword with tons of quartz. I mean, depending on your T-Construct settings, yes. Because there are, like, most default mod packs will limit it so that, you know, they can level up, which I really like the leveling up system. Because you have, like, a weapon that grows with you. Which, unfortunately, Silent Gear does not have. Maybe it will one day, as an option. It would be really cool if we did, but right now that's not how it works. Yeah, I suppose, I assume as much. It would have to be a lot, because it's like... Oh, I'm trying to remember. Like, a full upgrade of quartz is only like 0.5 damage or something. So, you know, depending on what mods you're playing with, it might not be a one-shot kill. But I think an Enderman has like, what, 40 hit points? So if you can do 40 hit points worth of damage, it is indeed gonna be a one-tap. But something you can do with Silent Gear, which is really, really cool, is that if you find vanilla equipment like diamond armor, a iron, or even a stone pickaxe or whatever, you can just chuck them into your crafting area, and it will be converted into a Silent Gear variant. And what's even cooler, if it's enchanted, it won't lose the enchantments. Right? So now you have the option of actually using all this loot that you find all over the world, which normally you kind of just don't. It just becomes obsolete because, you know, T-Construct equipment is so strong that why should you bother with this enchanted diamond pickaxe, you know? Because once you would have to basically rely on enchantments alone and wouldn't be able to use any of the T-Construct upgrades if you wanted to go that way. Always play the packs with levels. I think it's a default thing, but it's like you can configure how many level ups you are allowed to get for your T-Construct things, and you can also configure how much you need to go through for each, like, to gain the levels, right? Like how fast they unlock. And some mod packs I remember playing have it set like very generously. Let's just put it that way. And I don't know, they become very, very overpowered. But yeah, you can like turn vanilla things with Silent Gear into Silent Gear modded variants, which actually does more than just allow you to repair them. Because one thing that is really cool about Silent Gear that, if I remember, Tinker's Construct does not do, is the ability to hot swap parts on your items. So what I mean is, if I went ahead and made a new hammerhead made out of different materials than this one, I can put the hammerhead together with my hammer in a crafting area, and I'll just swap out that part, retaining all the enchantments in their entirety and getting all the benefits pretty much. We say there's one mod you don't even know if it's still around because you've only seen it in the alpha stage of PC when pork chops were stupidly rare. All right, 6 a.m. Oh wow, Whisper. Yeah, I mean, you're also in the US, right? So I'm surprised you stuck around. Thanks for sticking around though. Go and get some sleep. But yeah, Silent Gear, I really like it. TLDR version. It does a lot of cool stuff. White gold. Okay. Never heard of that. Yeah, hopefully catch you another time. So what we're looking for, end rods, which means end cities. Better than diamond, damn. Kind of reminds me of playing ATM 6, I think it was. I can't remember if we also did ATM 7. I think it was ATM 6, which is all the mods. And they've got their custom mod pack specific ores that you can get, all the modium and unobtainium and vibranium. And I remember like making the strongest, like at that point at least, just strongest straight up broadsword that I could, and it did like 1500 damage per hit or something stupid. Hence why I don't think it's around anymore. Possibly. I think those are... There it is. Oh yeah. There are the end rods that we want. I forget that my spyglass is kind of like that. Oh shit. It is old as hell. Almost screwed me over. I should not use the spyglass on Enderman, that's a bad idea. I still remember Minecraft mods when we didn't even have Forge yet. That was a thing. What was it even called then? I can't even remember. Damn, it's like so long ago. Alpha stage. Damn it. Oh. There we go. I'm a little bit on edge in this place actually now that I think about it. What does it take to make a void totem? If I fall into the void, that's fuck. Yeah, okay. Well, I can actually get some chorus fruit, maybe. That might work. Oh, fuck. Yeah, shame you don't have a PC to play on. Yeah, that works. Dude, this enchantment, I've got like a multi-bow enchantment on this bow, so whenever I shoot, I fire 3 arrows instead of 1. That's kind of cool. Oh, here's one of those weird ass fishies that I found. Cosmic cod. Get over here. Actually, let's eat you. Alright, well this is what I came for. End rods. There is a crafting recipe. Okay, so I can make these with the popped chorus fruit. Right. Okay, so I don't actually have to completely like farm out this place. But yeah, someone's already gone around and nicked the elytras in the near vicinity. That's fine though. I can make do without an elytra at the moment. And diamond ores. Well, isn't that lovely? Well, I think that's pretty much... Oh yeah. How is it again? If you eat these, you teleport randomly? Yeah. Oh, that reminds me of the last time Peak and we were in the end together. We were running out of food and he was like, shit, well, now I pretty much have to eat chorus fruit, he said. And I can't remember how we spent like a good amount of hours in the end just like that. And he would just constantly be eating those chorus fruits and teleport all over the place. Pretty good time. I was like, dude, why don't we just like find like some other food stuff that we can eat or something? Gotta be like something better than than uncooked chorus fruit. I would like to go to some specific biomes in the end though. Okay, so this has been entirely cleared for shulkers. Okay, I cannot be bothered going here. But yeah, there's like some biomes that have some really cool trees that create these glowing plants that I really enjoy. I think they are very pretty. Actually, should have one. Shit. Nope, I do not. Okay. Let's pop this down. As far as I've figured out, it doesn't seem to matter where in the end you put your portal, because no matter where, if you're teleporting between the overworld and the end, it's always just like free XP levels, period. So I can use that to basically get back to where we were without having to do all that backtracking. And I assume these, yeah. Are these actually... I wonder if these could actually be put through a smoker. Maybe. Let's put you in here for now. Don't want that. So the reason why I wanted an end rod is because you can actually use that as a tool rod for silent gear. Gives me that blaze rod in return, don't need that anymore. And the reason why that is cool is because having end rods allows you to put down phantom lights. Why are phantom lights cool? Because now I don't need to use bloody torches anymore. It's always like one of those things where having to constantly craft torches just gets tiresome, especially when you have to explore really, really far underground in order to find like very specific types of stone and all that. So I can also get rid of the coal and the logs that I used to have in my inventory just permanently. I don't need those anymore. Also, phantom lights have some really nice features. For instance, you can put them in water. They can be waterlogged. And unlike, you know, torches, they don't go out when getting into contact with water. So if you light up your tunnel and all of a sudden you dig into an underwater cave or something, you no longer like have to replace all your torches there. And all at the low cost of durability, so not a big problem. It has 900 durability. It's kind of fine. Could be better, but it's fine. And I can make more using this popcorn fruit. But do I actually want to? Nah. Nah, I think it's good. I'm using blaze rods as tool handles for the others. And I think I only want it on the sword, because the issue is it's on your right click. So if you put it on, say, your axe, and you want to strip some logs, for instance, you kind of can't do that, because if you try, it also puts down the phantom light. So to avoid that problem, I'm just not going to do that. But something I do want is a nature's compass. And I remember making one, but I don't have it on me. Yeah, so I need 4 saplings, 4 logs, and a regular compass to make it, so it's not exactly hard. Doesn't really matter what saplings I use. Just use oak. Then we need 4 iron ingots and a piece of redstone. Single piece of redstone. That. There we go. Don't know why I somehow managed to lose that. I had like some incident at some point where, for some unknown to me at least reason, I just lost a ton of things from my backpack, which included stuff like some silent gear tools and a bunch of other utility items that are a little bit annoying to craft. And then all of a sudden, when I end up needing these items, I just realized that they just aren't there for some reason. Anyways, so the compass allows us to look up biomes. Now I cannot remember. Nah, it's not that. So one is, I think it's, no, that's nether waste. Shit, what's it called? There's 2 biomes that I'm thinking. Not Twilight either. Can I sort by category? Oh, okay, that's not great either. There's a lot of biomes, so just going through that way would be a bit hard. Damn. Maybe if I look up the mod, I can maybe jog my memory and try and remember what the name of those biomes were. There it is. So there's this nightshade. I want some of those saplings. That's one. And the other one, here, E04 stuff. What are the trees called again? Don't seem to see them here on that page. What about this one? Not seeing it here either. Probably got something to do with how it's like sorted in the list here. No, Imperious. It's not the Imperious stuff either, but those would also be kind of cool, but that's not exactly the one. Was it just called E04 logs then? Damn. Emberwood. Not that either. What's this? Green apple. Oh yeah, Skyrus. I forgot those existed. They're like really interesting trees. They drop green apples and they grow these. What color are they again? I think it's blue leaves. It's either that or like this magenta-like leaves. Oh shoot. Which one is it again? Because it's not this. This is enchanted wood. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's just E for logs. Damn, okay. What's the biome freaking called? Because I have no other choice than just to look through this. Unless the category would be the end. Oh, it is. There's a category called the end. Oh, okay, so maybe if I sort by category, and then I find the end, which Boppy Dop, I assume would be E. It's not a lot of things that are categorized as the end, so maybe that doesn't seem like a good idea to do it anyway. Might be categorized like as a forest or something. Okay, sort by source then, because then I at least can filter down to just, oh, the biomes you'll go. Get to the top here. Instead of just blindly walking around, I can sort of track them down with this compass, which is the whole point. Not Twilight Valley. Why does the list not go further? That's kind of unsettling. Why does the list not contain all the fucking biomes? Pretty sure I didn't pass by it. It's a fucking Enderman, get out of my face. Yeah, I just can't find it in the list. Because now we're getting into other mods. What the hell? Why does it not show up here? Not gonna lie, that's got me a little bit worried. This biomes have plenty of stuff. But it's not a biomes of plenty biome. It's an oh biomes you'll go biome. Ah. Yikes. Oh well. I guess today's mission then is to figure out if these biomes you'll go biomes actually spawn in the nether, the end then. Because if they don't, That means we have to reset the end, which is a bit of a pain in the ass to do. And most importantly, figure out why those biomes are not generating. To be fair, I have no idea why that would be the case. Because they did change how those biomods work recently. I mean, recently. For 1.18.1 at least. Meaning that now, instead of each separate mod, like Biomes You'll Go and Biomes of Plenty, taking care of the biome additions, then instead it's like a separate framework mod, probably to improve compatibility so that there's like one centralized point that does all this. And my voice is dying. But, maybe that is a problem. Because if what I'm thinking... Actually, wait, so this is End Highlands. Is that a This is not vanilla, right? It is according to this. No, Midlands, right? No, Highlands. Yeah. I think these structures are Quark that adds them. So it's like a vanilla biome, but then these structures get added by Quark. Which look kind of fancy. That crystal glass-like structure up there, they've got like some interesting colors to them. Fuck me. Leave me alone in the min. But yeah, if the biomes are not generating, then that's probably a configuration that we have to change. I just didn't expect, or didn't whatever expect that to be a case though, because of that combined framework now. Kind of expecting it all just to work out the box. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Reminds me of last time we had to reset the end, and it caused all kinds of problems. Because it basically messed up the dragon fight to a certain degree where it wasn't actually possible to re-trigger it. You put down the crystals, but it wouldn't respawn. Don't think that's a problem anymore, though. But you never know. Okay, no one's been here, it seems. So this is like a desert temple, but in the end. Oh, fucking hell. Endermites? Really? You want to do me like that? Yeah, there's a mob spawner somewhere. I think it might be under the pillars. Well, this entire place is below it. Yeah, it's under the pillars. A lot of obsidian though. Well, now I've got 4 endermite spawners. Guess I can work with that. Is the idea that you dig down and you just get overwhelmed by endermites? Is that how you want to do this trap? Oh god, don't tell me. Fuck, it's like obsidian all the way down. Holy shit. Okay, a little bit of a change of plans then. Also, I should put some bloody lights down. I need to get used to this again. Well. Huh. I have a feeling someone's been here. Because the chests... Did they seriously go down, fucking loot the place, and then, like, closed up the hole again? Why was there a piston in there? Why are the pistons in here? Hmm? There's no red... There's nothing here. What's the point of pushing this? There's like no redstone in the walls or anything, so why the pistons? Could it be like the remnants of an old trap maybe? So there could have been like TNT blocks there? No, not really, because it's like what does pushing a redstone block into the corner do when there's nothing around it? Eh? I mean, I'll take the pistons, but why? Also, those were clearly not triggered. Also, they had nothing to get triggered by, seemingly. Unless there used to be like some string or something, maybe? Nah, I don't know. Whatever the case, there's nothing there. You get some pistons at least, and some spawners. Well, that's also true, like, the spawners were there too, so why would the spawners be there if someone had gone through the whole place? Questions, but no answers. Wait a minute, what? I think that's a mine shaft that's just like an ender mine shaft that's just generated out into the void. See a lot of chorus flowers just growing in there. Huh. Where is that? That's... I think that's... yeah, that is to the east from here, huh? So it's over there somewhere. But yeah, this biome here kind of... sort of... gives me the impression that the end is kind of fucked. It's a shame because I'd like to show some of those biomes today, but I guess I won't get around to do that. Also means I won't be able to at least get the wood types and stuff from that. I do like the orangey trees because their leaves, or at least some of them, they actually can be used as light sources because they glow. So if you ever want to like make a more magical like sort of base build or whatever, and you like the twilighty colors of those trees, then that's definitely a good way to go. Because you can use the trees themselves as light sources and you don't need to have like out of place torches or glowstone blocks and that kind of stuff. Most importantly, you know, you can just grow the things too, so it's easy to acquire. And the E04 trees are really cool because it's not the trees themselves that glow, their leaves or anything, but instead under the canopies of the trees, they have these vines growing, or no, they don't grow vines, but they grow these I think they're like flowers or something, I recall, and they just glow when they're fully blooming. And the more they've grown, the more light they produce. But you can like shear those and then transplant them onto literally any leaf block you want. And if you grow the trees, these light emitting flowers also generate on top of it. So just like if you were to grow jungle trees and get vines that way. Yep, doesn't seem like I'll be able to find those biomes, which is a bit of a shame. I mean, if it doesn't even show on the compass, then there's definitely something wrong there. It's always something, isn't it, with the fucking end or the nether. I do think the biomes work for the nether, though, because I've seen those. I've definitely seen modded biomes down there. Question is if it's the oh, biomes should go biomes down there. Actually, now that I think about it, it might only be biomes of plenty that I've seen down there. Also, I forgot to fucking bring forgot to bring my ways down. Damn it. That's like situated all the way back here now. Yeah, all this is just like the same biome. We would definitely have seen another biome by now. Just end highlands and midlands, huh? Disappointment. Absolute disappointment. Still, could try and get a elytra for myself. But I don't have that yet, so that could be another mission. Is that what I think it is? Yeah, that is a shipwreck. Okay. If we find a end city that is unspoiled as well, we might even be able to pick up a void totem if we're lucky. Because they do generate as loot in those loot chests. So now comes the question. Oh yeah, that's true. These chests are also... I should have checked the other ship. I forget. These chests are also... Whoa, that's a lot of suspicious too. Holy shit. These are also instanced. Getting maze from these? What? Literally anything but a map. God damn it. Damn it. Let's try and do a little bit of digging, see if there's like... It's just hiding from us. Doesn't seem like it though. Damn. Yep. I don't think there's anything here. Oh yeah, I also managed to fix the battle towers mod, which was kind of good. It's also a fairly easy fix. Yeah. Hello, Madeline. Play Specimen 00? No idea what that is. Or refers to, for that matter. Not at the top of my head though. Maybe someone might have mentioned it at some other stream. But no, I don't. Oh, this is gonna be sketchy as fuck. Trying to get all the way across here. Oof, that was fucking spooky. Don't do that, blocks. I am surprised Peak hasn't noticed that the biomes are missing though, because he's been around the Nether to find Elytras for himself as well, and he should know that those biomes are supposed to be there. But he hasn't, as far as I remember, he hasn't mentioned anything. Or maybe he did and I didn't catch what he was trying to tell me at some point. Yeah, that does kind of seem weird. See. Oh, those are looter shulker boxes. Oh, fuck. It's not, damn it, I used the wrong hammer. Oh well. If I always play Minecraft? No. I play a lot of different games. It's actually been like about a month's worth of time since I played Minecraft on stream the last. I play a lot of different things though. Yeah, how to best sort of put into words. I do a lot of survival based, like sandboxy games. That's the most frequent category of games that I tend to play. But I also do strategy games. I also really do like strategy games. Colony builder games like RimWorld as well is pretty high on the list too. I usually do a lot of modded stuff as well. So if it's like a game that is highly moddable, there's a good chance that I might have played it. You know, I can't play literally every game, but you know. Just a bunch of fancy stuff. Let's take that. I don't really need the gunpowder and all that stuff. This is a custom mod pack too, by the way. So for this community server here, everything that is in here, we kind of just like built that up ourselves with our own configurations and such. Might not have like a lot of, shall we say, custom content like some other mod packs out there, but it's at least we're trying to like make everything work together as best as possible. Occasionally I also play other, like, what do you call it, atypical games for my streams anyway. Like last weekend I played through the entirety of Banjo-Kazooie, for instance, on stream, simply because we were celebrating a year's worth of streaming. It's about a year ago that I started streaming for real. So trying to mix it a bit up on occasion. Let's see if this ship has a map to an end city. Step height. That's a cool enchantment, I'll take that. No map though. How about in chest number DOS? Oh, we got an end city map, and holy hell, what's all this? Okay, just unused books and quills. Not exactly sure why there's 5 in here, but sure. Okay, so it's to the northwest of here. I have a feeling it's just gonna be this end city up there. But that one's already looted though. Given that it's literally to the northwest-ish somewhere, then that's very likely it. Damn it. Because that means that I have to go even further out in order to find an actual end city that's not been looted. Because the problem is I can go to an end city and loot it, even though other players have been there, but the elytra is not in a chest, it's in a item frame, right? So you can only get 1 elytra per end city, no matter like what, pretty much. There are other ways to get elytras, if I remember correctly, tied to the end dragon fight, but how does that work again? Here, because you can do it with these dragon scales. You can make a copy of an elytra. You can't. So regardless, you need an elytra in order to make more elytras. Great. That doesn't really solve my problem then. So I do know that there's at least 3 elytras that have been looted. How many people are watching you live? Right now, I have no idea. I've got no like heads up thing that tells me exactly how many. But if we're talking in more general sense, that question is actually pretty hard to answer with a straight answer, like a simple one. Because it depends. It depends very much. Because over the last year, at some point I was averaging out 10 something viewers literally every single stream. And they were pretty long ones too. Think like somewhere between 6 to 9 hour long streams. So having a 10 viewer average for that amount of time is a very good average for someone who's just starting out and just doing it for fun. But these days it's less. Been less, at least for a good amount of time. Basically can count it on one hand usually. What exactly it's attributed to, I'm not entirely sure though. I think part of it's got to do with me like just streaming games that I want to stream recently. Like for instance, I've recently been playing a lot of Fallout New Vegas on stream with the Tale of Two Wastelands mod at its sort of core, but it doesn't seem like something people are that interested in watching beyond like a first time thing, so. I know, I've never seen you before, so I assumed as much. Because I'm a small streamer, at least I tend to try and put a focus on the people that actually interact with me in chat. My memory is not always the best though, so if it's like been, you know, half a month or something since I last hear from some people that I might have talked with like for, you know, 5 hours or 3 hours in another stream, you know, that will be why I might not remember you. If you end up revisiting, of course. But I try to engage with people, yeah. It also means that, you know, the streams where it's very, very quiet for like many hours on end can be a little bit rough. And sometimes I am thinking in the lane of like, oh, is this actually something I, you know, want to continue doing? Because if no one wants to show up anyway, then I might as well not stream, right? And at that point, it's the discussion of, well, are you doing it for fun or because you actually want to accomplish something, right? And in my case, it's a bit of a mix of both. I enjoy the streaming. I enjoy the engagement, like getting to talk with new people, because I kind of grown still on that sort of social front for the last couple of years. So ever since I started streaming, I've sort of resumed talking with more people again, which is kind of nice. But it's also a bit rough then when people don't want to like hang out with you because you're streaming like a specific game, right? But I consider myself a pretty open-minded guy, and I understand, you know, why that might be. So I'm just trying to sort of have fun, but also, you know, listen to what people actually wanna do on stream. And if playing Fallout New Vegas, even with Tale of Two Wastelands, is not on that list, then I'd rather not do it on stream, because then you know, my enjoyment like sort of suffers. Because if I can only play a specific game like once a week and only in the weekends, even though I'm enjoying it very much and no one wants to come around, then why restrict myself? Am I right? Good at Minecraft? I don't know if being good at what actually, that's a question. What does being good at Minecraft mean for you? Because it can mean a lot of things. I mean, I could die very, very easily in the end by just getting knocked into the void, right? And I couldn't really do much preemptively to prevent that. So avoiding the gaze of Enderman, I don't know. I mean, I guess that would be part of being good in this case. What the fuck is that thing? It's got like a grabby arm. I don't like that. I don't like things having grabby arms, especially if we were talking about the end. Can I shoot it? Am I gonna regret everything? Damn, stay still for like a second. I want to see what you drop. Okay, it doesn't go for me, so that tells me it's probably not hostile. Well, I killed it. Too far away to grab anything, though. Oh. No, like, I'm actually curious, like, what do you consider being good at Minecraft? I actually have I have a story about that too. It was many years ago now, but I used to go to LAN parties, like public ones, back in the day when I was still a teenager. And I remember we were at this LAN party, like public event, and it was around that time when Minecraft was getting really popular. And we were like playing it at that LAN party together on like a local, just us kind of server. And I remember there were like some really young kids around back then, that, because that's what you do at LAN parties occasionally, you know, you get out of your seat to see what other people are up to. And these kids were like just gathering around behind our chairs and just like watching us play Minecraft. And I remember one of them saying like, oh, they're like so good at Minecraft. And I don't even know like how I just tried to just like ignore that, because you know, we were just playing the game, but I couldn't help but just like getting this warm feeling inside that, and just chuckle a bit, like because I don't know, I found that being, I guess you would say, cute in some ways. It's such a funny experience. So yeah, it's like the concept of being good at video games, I feel, is sometimes really hard to like pinpoint. So it's like, what does being good mean? I mean, in competitive games, it's very easy, right? If you win, then you must be good at it. Especially if you're playing up against really good players. Like, for instance, I'm really bad at PvP in Sea of Thieves. I would probably always mostly get my ass handed to me if I were to engage in a fight there. And I know one of my moderators, Ammo Pika, can attest to that because he was there. But I mean, I enjoy building in Minecraft. I try to sort of get better at it. It's not like, you know, super crazy builds, because I personally feel like you need to find that middle ground where you're happy with what you're building, but you can also keep it functional and also not get overwhelmed to the point where you're building something in such a huge scale that you just stop before you even get started because you can see how it's just going to eat your life away. It is a public server, yes, but at the current point in time, the other players are not online, so I'm just here on my own. But it is a public whitelisted, I should say, server. I don't know if this is gonna show up on YouTube, but I do have this command here. And it's not physically my server, it's hosted by my moderator, iPeak. And as a result, I decided to put a 10-hour, what do you call it, screening period, I guess you can call it, which doesn't really work for YouTube. It's like a thing that only works for Twitch. But we're like a little bit large currently with who we grant access to and such. But yeah, haven't played and streamed on the server for like 3 weeks maybe. So it's not really been growing as a result, because people seem to only want to play when I'm actually streaming the game. This is 1.18.1 and it's a modded server. If you're on a PC and you're playing Minecraft yourself there, and you don't mind getting it through CurseForge, you can go and give it a go yourself, actually. That's what the mod pack link there is for. Again, a custom mod pack as well, so we've got complete control over what's in it and when it like changes and all that stuff. So there's no fear of the server all of a sudden just stopping to work because someone third party decided to update a mod pack, fortunately. It also means there are some things that you only find in this mod pack, by the way. Such as we do have our own custom quest system that I made. Or progression system, whatever you want to call it. Well, so this end city map is kind of useless, isn't it? Didn't get an elytra either. Yes, the compass also is kind of useless, but I will keep that for now. Oh yeah, and this got some gems inside. Oh, and I actually managed to get 2 new types, turquoise and white diamonds. Okay, I need to make some more compacting draws. Okay, well, we should have plenty of iron. Get this right. So I need 3 stacks of iron, 2 stacks of redstone, tons of cobblestone, and planks. I've got all this wood here we can just use. Let's see. What do you play? Assuming you play Minecraft, of course. Assumptions are dangerous, but giving it a go anyways. And there we go. There should be 2 stacks of pistons. What country am I? I'm from Denmark, which is just north of Germany, just in case you don't know where that is. Very small country. Oh, hey Tumbles, how you doing? Happy to see you in here. It's been a while. Alive? How goes? It goes. It goes. Just chilling out with some Minecraft today because it's almost been like a month since I played last. Shall we see one of your clips, Tumble, since you're here? Admire the tidiness.
Så var han helt alene.
Oh, hey Peter.
Så
Just coming in here, just spouting Danish words. Great.
oh.
You did not even see that.
No. Hey.
This is a he did not want to be part of that. I'm surprised he didn't notice that this was a community server channel. That was funny. He basically came in and said like, oh, you're just sitting here all by yourself, and then it's like nobody expects the Danish rambling. Exactly. Oh, so you're from the Philippines, I suppose. Damn it, that took me by surprise. Peak does not like to speak English. That was pretty funny. Fail. How did you not notice that it was not in the other channel? God damn it, dude. This is my moderator, by the way. Or one of them. I was just about to jump in and give you a shout out, Tumbles. Let me see what you got. I hope you've got some nice clips. Otherwise, this will be a test. Played Factorio last.
Okay. Get that lube going, baby. That is not what I meant. Why stop there, though? Why stop there? You want some lube? You getting some lube, alright?
Lube. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the
Surely that's gonna be enough.
Right. Can't go down on lubricant. Can't go down on lubricant. You're doing a TSB? Do they also do the clip thing shout out? Why is that a thing? What is what a thing? My TV thing? Are you supposed to churn out your belts if you don't have real lubricant? Yes. Yeah, it's like I'm fairly new to doing it myself because I've been like trying to figure out a good way to do it. So there's like 2 ways I can do shoutouts. So I can also do a QSO, which in my case stands for quiet shoutout, which does not do the no problem, which does not do the clip thing. Unfortunately, I found out that anyone can apparently do the shoutout command, and if I'm on that scene, it'll just play another clip even if they're not allowed to use the command, which is kind of silly. But that's because it just defaults to the shout out command and I cannot moderate it in any way. Yeah, but it does not play a clip in the background and doesn't play the audio, thankfully. It's a separate, like it's a browser source. So fortunately, it does not play the audio when I'm just streaming literally on any other scene, only when I'm on that one. So it'll do the request for the web source, but it won't actually do anything unless I switch to that scene, fortunately. Like, not on my computer anyway, it'll play it in the browser source, right? So, interesting. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Kind of cool. It was very easy to set up as well. It's literally just go to the website and then plug it in. Your channel name basically, and then you get a browser source. So whenever someone on your channel does a shout out command, then it just immediately like looks for that, I suppose, and then it does all the complicated stuff. So what am I building today? The plan was to build a lumber mill, but I don't know if I'll get around to it today because I need a stone type called gneiss, unfortunately. Right now, I'm just crafting more compacting drawers though because it started running out. And that means we need to make regular drawers. But you got any plans on streaming later today, Tumbles? Or are you just at work or gonna be taking a break once you get home? Assuming you're not, that is. A lot of assumptions in that one. Let's make these chests. Not like that. Like that. Oh, frick. I can't do it that way. Damn it. I forgot. I have to use vanilla logs for that. Probably need more than just a stack, won't I? But yeah, the plan was to make a sawmill so that whenever I need to make stripped logs for my builds, I can just churn them through that machine and it'll spit out stripped logs on the other end, which is very, very useful. I had one on the old server, so I know how to build one. It's just a matter of pretty much doing it. I've got all the materials for the actual machinery, but as I said, I've run out of gneiss. I only have like 200 left. And since all my buildings' exteriors are embellished with that stone type, and I build from the outer shell in most cases, I kind of need a little bit more before I can go into build mode. And gneiss is not a pleasant experience to get more of. That was like a weird sentence. But it's like really annoying to get more gneiss. But we'll try anyway. First, though, let me add these two compacting drawers. Also, there's a cockroach down here. Yeah, this is my storage drawer system. Is that what you meant by like the tidiness? Let me just get my drawer key to unlock some stuff here. I want to move the black diamonds. Just so these are near each other. At some point I probably want to color sort them by color. To give you an idea, like, these are all the gems that you can get from Silence Gems. So, kind of just, this is sort of the color spectrum that we're dealing with. Rose quartz is such a weird color. Lock you, and lock you as well. Let's put some labels on there. And there. Well, That expands the drawer system. Sort out some of this stuff. Right. Something I should also remember before heading out is to refill on diamonds. Could have plenty. So let's fill up our oh wait. Actually, what do you need for an Azure repair kit? Azure Electrum ingots, which is Azure silver. Oh, that's easy to make. Oh, I should definitely make one of these instead of filling up this one. Because the repair efficiency is 10% higher, meaning that any materials I chuck into the Azure repair kit basically last longer. Okay. I should have smelted some of those too, so yes. Got a stack. Stacks worth. Gold might be a bit of a problem though. Go and check the factory out. Crap. I'm out of gold. Just thinking on how to get more gold right now. Because I don't... Why didn't I check this? I'm so blind. I have 51 gold ore. That should be more than enough. Just gotta go to the factory, turn off the cobblestone generator, automated one. Plop. And insert gold ore into this drawer system. So hopefully that should mean that I think the gold ore already went through. Here we go, crushed gold ore. And now I can technically turn on the stone crusher again. Do have to wait until it gets washed though. So that was the gravel. Give me those gold nuggets. There you go. A little bit of quartz as well. Wasn't there also... There was also crushed ore going onto that side. Maybe it takes a bit longer, yeah, because it was like more gold. Oh yeah. Gotta love that. That gets turned into gold ingots through the drawer system, which is very convenient. Okay, so that's gold. I've got emeralds back in the storage system and ender pearls as well. I actually have on me. So that's almost all parts of the puzzle. I just need an end rod. Could make those with opt cores, flowers, and blaze rods. So that's easy peasy. Plenty of those. Okay. And I might as well just make a bunch of end rods anyway. Whoop. Yeah, stack. And then we just needed the last component, which was an emerald. Nice. So I got a bunch of those. And sure, repair kit. Nice. And actually, I think I want to make 2 of these. I did only take 1 emerald. In another one. Because I do have 2 storage chests in here already. Put those into retirement. Okay. So now we can fill this with diamonds. And because it's also higher quality, or higher tier, whatever you want to call it, it can actually also contain way more. I don't have to refill it as often. So it's like literally an entire stack of diamonds just sitting in that box now. Just better not lose it, I suppose. Then I can take my equipment into the crafting grid along with that box. And it's all repaired and ready to go. Cool. Let's get rid of any excess things. Put them in here. That in there. Oh yeah, and I also might as well get rid of these mob spawners. There's in this. This one was empty, right? Yes. Okay, I think I've got everything ready to go. Now I just... Yeah, I should really empty out this. Wait, did I somehow? Oh. That was actually mob spawns from a previous run. Oops. Still have my enchantment set up on the roof here, which is not the most appropriate place in the world, but it works. And then there's all this stuff. A lot of it's just like end blocks of various kinds. Like, I don't really care about this concrete, glass, stairs. Purple blocks, maybe? I do like the end building block pallets. I just don't have any place to store it. Do I have... I do have these iron barrel upgrades. I also have one just here. Shoot. It's getting a little bit cramped in here. But yeah, I think I'll do like this. Because then moving forward, I can sort of just... I don't think I actually have that many things right now. But I could theoretically start just putting end-related things in that box and just sort it out that way instead of having a shelf for literally everything. Until I get around to making a proper setup. After all, I mean, this storage room, like this entire room can just be filled with shelves. I can have them on the inside here as well, right? So if it can go up to like, it could technically be 5 blocks tall, but I want to not do that. But you know, considering how much I already have here and how much space is left, I think I'll be able to store everything that I want down here. Something I do want to add at some point is stuff such as saplings and logs and leaves for various trees that I tend to use relatively frequently, just for convenience sake. But obviously things like mob eggs and such, they're just going into these chests. Basically everything that I haven't gotten a lot of. Music discs are another one. My random crap box is kind of full though. think there's any need for me to store all this chalk. Yeah, don't know why I picked up that bucket. I don't really need it. Mana steel and regular steel. Even this ore or metal box here. Actually, I can strip down on some of this. Right, all the silent gear stuff doesn't grind. That's true. That's good enough for now. Maybe I need to... Yeah, I'll keep my ender pearls there. Okay. Random 2 chorus fruits, just get rid of those. Name tags are good to save up. Same with clocks. Clocks can be used to modify your mob spawners, making them spawn things more frequently. As we put that into the food box. I definitely don't want to discard my buddy cards. I want my collectibles, damn it. And this scaffolding, I should actually just deposit that as well. There we go, a complete empty bag. Now we can actually go out and do, or try to do, the thing that I was talking about, getting more gneiss. So, there are 2 ways I can do that. I can either dig around randomly in the underground here, which I've done extensively already, meaning that there's not exactly good places to find it around here anymore. Can find it through caves as well, through natural generation, which is the easiest I've found because, you know, strip mining is such a chore when you need a lot of just straight up stone. Alternatively, I can also go to my quote-unquote gold mine, which is located over here to the southwest. Southwest more like. Because according to what I could see from gold, that's why it's called a gold mine, by the way, it generates more frequently in, and I don't know why it says there. Yeah, it's easier to find in Badlands biomes for some reason. That's just how it is. At least around the height level that I need to be digging around in order to find gneiss. Now, don't think I'll be digging down there. There are also other things that you find in the Badlands, like this ochrum here, which has its use. I think around level 10 is what we want. Yeah, let's just start digging towards the south, I suppose. And now I've got that end rod on my sword, so putting down light sources is much more convenient. Haven't really been doing a lot of mining in this place, like super far out, so other than a bit of natural world gen here and there for the gneiss, I haven't really got a good idea about how likely it is we're gonna find it. Because what makes it so annoying to try and acquire in large quantities is that gneiss only spawns in these very, very small stone formations here and there. Meaning that every time you do encounter the stone type, it's only like a little bit over maybe a stack of gneiss at a time. Here it is. So you can see this is about, you know, an average sized gneiss chunk. And we didn't even get a full stack from that. So considering that most of my base is built up entirely of that stone block, like that's the main block that I'm using, yeah, getting more and building more is kind of a chore in some instances. And I have checked. This is the only way that I can get this too. Is by literally mining it. Unlike some other stone types, such as andesite and diorite and granite from vanilla. Those you can actually synthesize using Create. I have actually thought about maybe making some kind of custom recipes using Craft Tweaker, just so that getting those stone types are a bit more, shall we say, feasible. Because having to do random cave exploring to try and randomly bump into that stone is a bit tiresome. Like last time I went on a big adventure to try and just strip mine the stuff, I came back with like a ton of other stuff than what I was looking for. Think like, you know, half an inventory's worth of just copper ore. But then, you know, maybe 5 stacks of gneiss. And part of the reason why is because gneiss only generates around the water line and further down. And part of what makes that a bit troublesome is not the fact that, you know, it's particularly hard to dig around the water line in that sense, but because every time you dig into some kind of watery area like a river, lake, or ocean, for instance, there's a good chance that you're just digging straight into a completely flooded area, right? And that means that most of the areas where gneiss can spawn is literally at the bottom of the ocean. Which is not the easiest place to go on a mining expedition. Fortunately, I do have permanent water breathing as long as my armor doesn't get broken. But I don't currently have any enchantments that make me mine. Like, I don't have aqua affinity, I don't think. No. So collecting anything underwater is not exactly the fastest. And besides, I don't even know if that would work. That's a dungeon. Work that well. Because even though I could go underwater, I think it get like the gneiss doesn't generate on a surface level either. Hello. Like the renovation. Oh, it's one of those modded ones, I think, right? Upgraded monster room. Nice. Bloop. You just want to see me suffer. If I did that, I would just get like a ton of mobs just caving in on me. It's like a barrel of fucking 4 dirt blocks. Oh, okay. Steel nuggets. Will springs shards. Ooh, an overgrowth seed. Those are a bit of a pain to get. Or we get an ancient tome of knockback +1. Might as well get the mana steel. No idea how important this Oriole bottle is. Man in a bottle, not that important. Yeah, I can leave the rest. Bodyguards. I think that's all I need. Or am interested in, at least. And what was it again? It was a zombie mob spawner, so could have been so much more fun. I mean, it was only 2 enemies. So it's not like they would have been able to really do much, I don't think. Swap you out for a shovel. If we find an open cave system, I do also... those are really nice. You'll probably also see me have to fight off a lot of mobs there. I actually still think that they're kind of dangerous. But we found some Stella Arcanum, that's nice. Stand over here now. Those are really rare. What's the light from? That was from the shoot, the... Get out of here, cockroach. The end rod that I put onto my sword. So instead of a blaze rod as the tool handle, it's now an end rod, which means that I can right click with it to use a bit of durability to put down a light source. That saves me a lot of hassle of organizing and managing torch consumption. Very nice. Does so much more too. Like the fact that it's a floating block, so I can like put them in the ceiling, unlike torches. They can be waterlogged. They don't disappear when water tries to flood it. And it's actually also a replaceable block. Get out of here, skeletons. Hey Bacon, how you doing? I'm at least doing fine. Do you have mending on the weapon? No, I do not. It does break quite quickly, doesn't it? But this is exactly what I was looking for though, natural cave generation. This is like the easiest way to find gneiss without having to sort of destroy the entire underground. Playing a bit of modded Minecraft today. But yeah, so what makes these cool for building as well is that you can do this. Might not seem like that much, but it's very nice to just be able to put down temporary light sources and just replace them, like put blocks on top of it. Makes building less of a hassle. Just getting to work. Should we try and find do you have some interesting clips, Bacon? I don't think I've ever given you a shout out on here. I'm curious to see what we can find. Let's see. Not in a while, but you do have a few. Let's see what you've got then. What's this Bacon stream like? Nope. Goddamn Scouting Fix. And he just gets up like it's no. Whoa, whoa, what the? Oh, that was a trap, wasn't it? That was like a bunch of pressure plates. I just noticed that. Wait, so you just did you Fush Rodar him into like a trap room and just make him take the blow? You're evil. You're evil. Yep. And did he? I mean, surely he must have aggroed on you after that. Why would you do such a horrible thing? Did he deserve it at least? God damn it. I peek. Let's have some fun. Damn. Shoot, where was that? Nice again. It was like, did I already? I think I already got it, didn't I? If I recall correctly, there was no repercussions at all. It was just really, because he didn't look like a regular follower, just like some old dude. What was he even doing in there in the first place? Trying to like navigate this place. Caves are so nice because they actually like offer a challenge now. or like strip mining. I can just hear the fucking twing twang twing twing from the freaking arrows just like trying to ow. Ah, ow. Ow. Get out of here. Only unfortunate thing is if this cave system just goes too far down, then Gneiss doesn't generate. God damn it. Give me like just a minute. Ow. Couple of years ago, so you're not quite sure, but your guess is that it was some kind of mage quest with an unkillable and unaggroable NPC. I see. I see. Oh, look nice. Look nice. Might be able to find some this way, but it doesn't seem like it's as frequent as in one of the other places I looked at some other point. Ah, fuck that. That was a goblin trader, and I just mercilessly murdered that guy. Poor bugger. Damn it. Maybe he had some good traits. That's what you call reflexes. Not the good kind. Do remember role-playing as a total jerk. Huh. Go over jerk much. Well, not much nice in that direction, but we got a little. Hey, there's some up there. I feel like I need to replace my sword blade with a different material because this sword breaks way too fast. I also think I know why. Damn it. Need to use a silk touch hammer. Might as well also get some gold while we're here. It's been a while since I've played Skyrim. Trying to remember once the... I think I've done a few modded like test runs with it, but I don't think I ever... Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten around to play like a really long save, basically. At least not with mods, that is. I've played through literally, or not literally, but most of all the content that was available. Just, you know, vanilla when the game came out. I do enjoy archery in that, it's so good. Standing like a mile away, and then just having that arrow perfectly headshot. Especially with a sneak build. So good. But yeah, I think if I go down to this level around 0, like below 0, I don't think Gneiss has the possibility of even spawning at that point. So essentially, you know, looking around for Gneiss here might be a fool's errand. all the stone types generate above that 0 line pretty much. What would be really cool is if I could find a biome where the likelihood of nice spawning in the first place is higher than any other, but I don't think that is a thing. And the reason is because it's like added through a block adding mod, so not like a biome thing. There's no particular biome necessarily that you find that stuff in, sadly. Oh, we've got all these green crystals lighting up the ceiling. Oh, what is that I spy over there? Nice. But it's in the ceiling, so how the fuck do I get up there? This just keeps on going, it feels like. Well, I guess there's nothing to it than just getting in here. So let me just check some things. So gear sometimes takes extra damage because it's brittle and it's got that as tier 3. So it's basically the opposite of unbreakable. And even though it's got the flexible 2 trait, it says it cancels with brittle. Meaning that as far as I know, if something is brittle, then flexible does nothing. If it's malleable, then brittle does nothing, essentially. Though usually cancels means that they cancel each other out, doesn't it? But that could be why it's breaking down so fast. So it's got 65 durability. Okay, so it uses 5 durability every time I put down a light source. Yikes. Okay, that is probably the bigger cost then. So the phantom lights are kind of just destroying my sword. Putting down bloody light source, who would have thought? Well, it is a pretty powerful ability in that sense, so seems balanced in my opinion. I just think that it used to be less than that. But Silent Gear has also been worked on since the last major time I played modded. Cool. See some more nice. Oh, that was dangerous. I'll worry about logistics of that inventory some other time. Hello, creeper. Ah, there he is. Get out of here. Don't want you spawning all those wolves around me. Can I reach this? Just barely. Wow, all that for fucking 3 blocks. Okay. Not worth it. I technically don't really need to mine all this iron either. But it doesn't hurt. Oh, actually, wait, if I do, what is it you get out of iron again? because I can put that through the crusher, which turns it into crushed iron ore. I put that through by washing. Oh, redstone. Wait. Where did my sword go? Get out of here. Because that's my other sword. What? Did I put it in here? Yes. Yeah, out of all these things, I haven't found a lot of gneiss. So if I were like, there's more up there. So if I had been like strip mining, finding this stuff would have been a pain. These caves are definitely the go-to method though. But you know, originally I was kind of on the fence of the new 8th generation setup. But it's kind of growing on me. Ooh, this is a big one. Mmm. There was some more gneiss in the ceiling, wasn't there? Like behind that pillar, maybe? This is kind of sketch though, because if a skeleton is down there, they can kind of shoot me down. Had that happen before. That's a pretty steep drop. Oof. I'm so glad I've got a magnet. Being able to pick things up from so far away. Okay, well, is there any more in the ceiling up here? There's some over there, right? Yep. It's like so bad that I'm willing to trade fucking diamonds for this gneiss. Finding diamonds is easier than this. Oi! 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 No! No, you don't! Don't! Fuck! There's two. Oh wait, why am I so scared? Don't I have... Yeah, I've got an enchantment that prevents knockback during combat. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Why am I so scared? I don't even get knocked back, so... It's fine. I just need to not freak out. Right? I mean, who does that? Dude, there's so much gold down here. Yeah, fuck off. Oh. See it? Oh, fuck's sake. Dude, leave me alone. Oh no. And there's like a good amount of this gneiss over there too. There's all this water here, god damn it. Whoa, fuck. Got saved by the water, ironically. Dude, what is going on up here? There. Nope, let's patch that up again. I want this entire lake to Eve to turn into a lake. Which seems inevitable. God damn it. Underwater caves tend to be very, very obnoxious. They always generate where you don't want them. I can imagine making underground builds is so much more of a pain now than because of that. I need to quickly blow my nose, so BRB. There we go. For some reason when, well, there's probably a good reason for logical explanation, but whenever I have a tendency to drink cold drinks and I'm a little bit cold, I just get congested almost immediately. It also messes up my vocal cords. Makes my voice all raspy. Well, these phantom lights definitely make it more feasible to explore underwater, but so much gold down here. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I was like wondering where all my ore was going because it was never in my inventory. I forgot I put a filter on this bag. It automatically picks that stuff up now, doesn't it? I guess accessing whatever gneiss spawns underwater in a place like this is a bit easier. Oh yeah, look, it's literally connected out to the river here. Like, this is the surface. Ooh, but I do see gneiss on the sides here. Should I be going around completely obliterating all the shorelines? Or like deep rifts into the ocean or rivers or whatever, just for the sake of getting some nice easier. Also putting down these phantom lights. Don't think that's what I want to do. Besides, I think this might have just been a lucky situation because it's like open to the outside. That's why there was some exposed gneiss like that. Whoa! Hello, skelly bastards. I hear you. Don't shoot that thing at me. Ow. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Oh, that's nice. Hey. Well, inventory is also getting pretty full. Oop. It's a good amount of gneiss. I think that's about a healthy amount that I need to actually to build that sawmill. Now I just need to get back though. Well, it should be somewhere around here, right? Because that's where all the lights are at. It's off. Yeah. See, that's like... This is obviously something that can kind of illustrate what the problem with trying to find this stuff now is. Because now I've like, you know, been over a pretty wide area. Found relatively little gneiss for how much terrain I've like covered pretty much. So now if I go back to my waystone, that where we started, and that's, you know, where I'm going out from in order to find more gneiss, I will very quickly have to move much further and further away from that point to get to where I was, right? Because it's all the way up here and we've been like all the way down here somehow, ending out in the river. That's almost why, like, every time I need to go and find gneiss, it's almost as if I feel like going to a completely new spot in its entirety is easier than continuing where I left off. Simply because, you know, I can find gneiss anywhere in the world, but apart from where I've already been, right? Shoot, I know there's like... It's around here, isn't it? Damn it. Should have marked the, there it is. This place here. Yeah. A little bit well hidden. Just follow this back and we should be at the teleport thing. The waystone. Ow. It's further down, right? Yes. I think the reason it's further down is because I was looking for gold and assumed that it would be easier to find down on this level. Oh yeah, because you can see that on using just enough items. Hello, go away. Get back home. I'm surprised Pig isn't on the server, but I guess he's not going to be playing Minecraft today. Alright, I think he was saying his mom was coming to visit. Or something like that. Seem to recall that. Most of these things are easily taken care of. Let's just do it all in one go. Then handle all the non-managed stuff. All ye ores. Chuck you in here for now. Got some magic stuff. Think I should probably start putting that in here. Got some flowers. Got another mob spawner. Put that in there. We got one ancient tome that can increase knockback beyond the max default enchantment level of 2. Reaper head. Some random mossy bricks. And that just leaves the gem bag. A lot of lapis, nice. See, that wasn't so bad. So, how are we now? Yeah, we've got barely 1,000 gneiss blocks. Damn it. Maybe I should start smelting all of this because I don't use it in its raw form. Most of that's also like accidentally using the wrong tool on occasion. I'd be able to just chuck it in here and it'll automatically smelt over time. It'll take a while, but at least it is automatic. Okay, let's get into building mode. That we don't need the fortune hammer. Usually anyway. So about this sword for the mattock. And instead of the mining bag, let's use the... actually, I need both. Or almost. We can make do with just the building one. So let's see, yeah, there's hardly any gneiss blocks in here. Let's check if they... Nope. Yeah, it's pretty much non-existent. So let's go and take some of these. Which is basically all of them. Let's turn them into the blocks that I'm actually using. And then once more. There we go. Chuck that all in here. What else are we gonna need? We're gonna need some deep slate tiles, which I'm also a little bit low on. Those are easy though. Got more than enough deep slate to last for the next foreseeable long future. Should also be able to put them in here. Nope, that was the wrong deep slate, right? Yeah, that was the wrong deep slate. That was indeed the wrong deep slate. I need this one. the cobbled deep slate. Good, so that's the two primary stone types that I'm using. That just leaves the actual stone I want to use for maybe embellishments and stuff like that. Let's see what we have. Because there's surprisingly not that many stone types. It's pretty much all here. A lot of this isn't even stone. What do these look like again? These turn... Oh yeah, that's archwood. It's the other wood type I'm thinking of. Well, the question is if I should use the wood I... Yeah, I should probably stick to the wood that I'm primarily using. I actually need to go and check something then. Because here I think, yeah, I'm using pine wood as the floor, and then the walls are all dark oak. But I can't remember what I used in the factory, and I want to keep things semi-consistent, since it's all like a theme. Oh yeah, I'm using those Mionite bricks. It's like a weird type of brick you make with mushrooms. No wood there, okay. Because I was thinking for a moment maybe to use something that's called enchanted wood. Which is this stuff. It's green enchanted wood. Because the planks kind of look interesting. What happens if you start building a floor out of these? This is what the floor looks like on these. And maybe it might be a bit weird for a logging lumber camp kind of thing. What if you say green enchanted? Yeah, okay, so that's just what it looks like. Okay, maybe not those then. Maybe not those. Because otherwise, I will probably just use pine wood. What about these willow logs? They have like a slightly green hue to them, don't they? Bit hard to see with this lighting. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit greenish. I think I'm gonna try using these. Might have to grow some more saplings though. Get some bone meal. I have no idea how these trees like grow up, but we'll figure out, I suppose. Okay, so it's just a single sapling. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Is this a different kind of willow? Might be. I think there's two different types of willow. Yes, there is. Ah. Oh, fuckers. Actually, I need to kill some of these. These phantoms. I'm trying to get a spawn egg out of them, but so far no success. These willow vines, they look kind of cool though. Also, I have no idea, but for some reason the shears are just super dang effective at freaking literally any block in the game. No idea why. It must just be like a Silent Gear weird quirk. Like I can instant harvest all the grass blocks and all that with my shears for some reason. And it's easier to accomplish than doing it with like an actual shovel, which is kind of weird, you know? Mods, man. Fucking mods. Do want to compare the... I'm pretty sure I did get the other willow tree as well. Looks like that, does it? Because they grow Spanish moss on the sides of those. Oh. I'm very sure it was willow trees as well. I just don't see that particular sapling in here. Did I put it in another box by accident? Don't think so. I'm fairly sure I should have some of those saplings somewhere. Where though? Don't see why I would be putting them into any of these. As far as I know, these are also all the barrels that I'm using for this. That's a bit of a letdown. There's like no way that I'm storing them in these either. Where could I have put them if they're not in here? It wasn't in the... Yeah, because the mining pack is empty. Just double checking the crate backpack, not there either. Dude. I mean, I've got the Spanish moss here, so where's the bloody sapling? Unless it's not, in fact, the tree that I think it was. Did I dream? Definitely not redwoods trees. Ah, shit. Where was it again? Because yeah, it's over here. I think it's in the bayou biome. Because I went over here to get to the end fortress. That's where the pearls were leading me to. Damn. Oh wait. That's actually, it's not the end of the world. I remember now. I remember now. I didn't encounter a village on the way over there, so really sure I should be able to just go there and get it. I heard you, Enderman. There was an Enderman here just a moment ago. Okay. Carktron. I think that must have been the city. Village. Let's go and see. Yep, it's definitely here. Cool. This mahogany village. Mahogany. So if we just head west, we get to that swamp area. or bayou. Here we go. Here are the trees. Willow from... Okay, so it is a biome, so plenty of willow. Huh. Well, I be damned. That means they don't grow Spanish moss automatically? Well, I suppose that means you can probably plant these underneath the canopies of leaf blocks and then grow them that way. Okay, well... That was unfortunate. So I just remembered incorrectly. Wonder what kind of biome you find these willow trees in. I wonder. That took longer than it should have, but you're back. Area looks neat. Yeah, I do like the trees, don't I? Welcome back, Tumbles. Okay, I think if I go and find a bayou from Biomes You'll Go instead. Hold on, my phone's ringing.
Submit! It was actually funny.
Hello. Sorry about that. That was a little bit unexpected. Also, this is why I don't like to stream my desktop. But unfortunately, right now I have to do that for Minecraft in order for the fucking Discord overlay to work. Oh man. I see Vali is joined. I saw that Vali is joining the game. Sorry about that, everyone. Maybe it's a government girlfriend. Not my girlfriend. It was it was our teacher from when I was doing the business development classes who called me to give me a status update on where I was in terms of funding and a bunch of other stuff. And the reason it took so long is because the job center was not satisfied with the plan and such. So I have to basically spend some time revising it, preferably during this weekend. So I might have a very long day ahead of me after I stop streaming today. Yeah, it was my mailbox. It was just my inbox. I think it's fine though. I don't think it's a problem. I don't remember opening any mails, and I don't think it shows much other than maybe the username. So, should be okay. Toast in Vegemite. I feel like I've been here before. Because I just picked up a bunch of blocks. Didn't you also have that the other day? That's why I'm saying, well, I was saying that isn't Vegemite like a super Australian thing? So it's only like 2,500 blocks to the nearest biome, and it's out west, northwest. Might take a while to walk that distance. Oh fuck. Fuck that jump up pretty bad. Aussie staple lad. Hey Hawkeye. I was just thinking if you would be popping in today. How you doing? I'm pretty sure Selffire, when I confronted you with that, you weren't entirely sure yourself. Go matey. Alright, alright. I'm on the hunt for a specific biome. It's only like 2,000 blocks away. Maybe I should, maybe I should meet up with Vali and get that elytra straight off. Because flying there would sure sure as hell be faster. Oh, you're coming to my location, Wally, are you? Remember, I'm a mage. Of course. Of course, you would. You and your bloody mods, elephants? Yes. There's some, I think those are bison as well. God damn it. That was a short sailing trip. Lag. Beak did also say that he was thinking about getting maybe a new hard drive for the server this next month. What? There he is. Fucking goddamn dude. Now I just need to kill the Ender Dragon a couple times to get the dragon scales, and then I can make copies of it. Because I don't think I want to use this as is right now. Thanks, Wally. I don't know if you're in chat. Should probably write it as well. Think it's gonna work out. Might be faster than walking, but I mean, right now the server doesn't really deal well with that anyway. Flying, that is. Who knows, maybe I'll encounter something on the ground that you just don't see when you're flying. But yeah, anyways, the reason why getting a new hard drive is relevant is because right now it's running off a mechanical hard drive, and we have this suspicion that it's kind of bottlenecking the server right now. Because whenever you have to generate terrain and such, the CPU on the server seems to be fine. Memory seems to be fine, everything seems to be fine, but the hard drive does not. It's not fine. Definitely not fine. So by getting an SSD, the expectation is that the read-write speeds would be getting around that lag you experience from generating new terrain. Oh, my plan thingy. So it's a... Shoot. It's like a budget. A running... What... I don't know what the English word for it is, but it's the budget, like a year's budget for running the company that I'm wanting to start, right? And the way it works is, or their condition, shall we put it, is that it should be apparent from that budget whether or not I'll be able to support myself once the 6-month period you get ends, in which you're allowed to run a company like in official capacity whilst also being on social benefits. And from their perspective, that's just not apparent right now. And my teacher was a bit unsure as to why that was, just as myself. But as I mentioned to him, yeah, but they have like specific, like different budgets have different purposes, and this might have, like, you know, a like an affix to it, right? Because you could also have like an establishing budget, which is the budget needed in order to establish the company, which is at least my rough translation. I don't know if you actually call it that. And then you have a running budget, which is, you know, an entire year's worth of running the company in both income and and expenses. And basically, the way that they probably consider whether or not it's good enough is if I'll be sort of implying in that budget that I'm getting more, or at least the same amount as I am being on social benefits right now. So in other words, if my own expectations in that budget is not on par with what I would be getting as a minimum from social benefits, I suppose the idea is that the job center are concerned with the sort of, you know, validity of that entire business plan, company, and everything behind it. Never talked to any of your teachers from school, wouldn't even know how to contact. So he's not a teacher from university or anything like that. He's more like a consultant, really. And it's because during like over December and a bit into January, February, no, from January into February or something like that, I partook in a special course that you can apply to get access to, basically, when you're on social benefits. And I did. Holy shit, what's going on over there? Whoa. But yeah, so these bushes. So I've been like spending a month and a half on that, and that's where he was like teaching us how, if you will, all the things that we needed in order to run a company. And also help us out wherever we needed, whether that was sparring on our business plans and all that stuff. Oh, fuck's sake, I forgot. Bloody tarantula hawks. Yeah, it's definitely a mountain. Dude. 10 more seconds of just... Or what? No, okay. Oh, dispel magic. That works. I don't exactly have milk bottles on me. If I had, that would have worked too. Concerned about how company would make money? I think they're more it's more like they're concerned whether or not the plan is realistic and I'm earning enough money to sustain myself. Right? I believe that is the point. What the fuck? Holy shit, that's tall. And that's kind of fucked up. What? Wally? Looks kind of weird, doesn't it? But we found the bayou. These trees also look like the right kind. But yeah, so the reason why they, because you know that's the next one, wouldn't it be? The reason why they're probably thinking that it's not good enough is because up until, well, last weekend, right, or a little bit after, I was, you know, below 30 years of age. And the reason why that is relevant is because if you're 30 or older, you get more in social benefits. And as a result, because I hadn't turned 30 yet, I was getting significantly less. But now that I am 30 and the plan like the business plan and budgets and everything was supposed to account for that as well. I guess I'm getting like thanks. I guess the idea is that I would be getting more in social benefits, and as a result, you know, it doesn't match up with the plan, which is a bit hard to like take account for when you don't know how much you're gonna be getting, which I didn't at the time. I mean, I still don't know because it's not even from next month. It's at the beginning of so what would that be? It will be the beginning of May. Yeah, I know. Wally really wants to be on camera. Stop killing everything. Leather flower. Dude. I swear to God, man, if you kill me, I will not hesitate to smack you in the face. Might as well grab some of this while we're here. Now. Oh, perfect. Well, not exactly perfect, but it's gonna do. That moss just prevents me from jumping. What the hell? Oh, the block was still there, okay. Oh, how we know? It's like I was explaining. Right now, the server, whenever it's like, you know, spitting out the server is being overloaded, log messages and such. When it's doing that, and if you look at the actual, you know, processes for what system resources the server is using, because, you know, that's what Peak can help out with, then it wasn't an issue with the CPU. I think it was, he said it was using 40% of the CPU or something, right? So it's not the CPU. And if it's not the CPU and if it's not the memory, then what else is it? Could be the internet connection, but that shouldn't be the case either. Like, Peak is literally connected to his server. Well, he goes through the internet, but, you know, not an exceptionally long distance, so... And neither do I. And besides, it's only when generating terrain. Hey Mike, yeah, exactly, input output. So the hard drive does have that bottleneck where it's got a read writes limitation of how fast you can generate new files, right? And or generate data, I should suppose I could say. And that's exactly what you do when you generate more terrain. All of a sudden, you know, you're using the processor to generate the terrain, but you also use the hard drive to store that generated data on your drive, right? And then it gets loaded into memory, so whatever you're rendering, you know, or have loaded in is being tracked, basically. And then whenever it gets unloaded, you know, it gets moved out of memory. So that means that whenever you're generating a lot of terrain, especially when flying around in Elytra, then your hard drive probably is a pretty reasonable bottleneck. There it is. Yeah. So that's kind of going to be the idea to swap it out. That reason. Damn it. I mean, technically, I don't remember if he looked at the hard drive like, you know, load, if you will. But technically, yes. I don't know what it's like on Linux based servers though, which this one is. Okay, well, we got the willow sapling that I was after, but my inventory is like absolutely... Oh yeah, this is the building backpack. Never mind. I was like, why is this full? And nice. Don't need to grow any right away. When he gets the new drive, no idea. He literally talked about it a week or two ago, I think. I think it must have been like a week ago or so. But he said he would get it possibly, like he's contemplating, you know. He still needs to have the finances, but he said that he wanted to get one, so that's what I'm assuming. Sometime next month. Put that in there for now. Okay, so what do these planks look like? Yeah, I think that might work. Ah, damn it. Okay, I could do that. Linux would be a bit lighter system-wise, but it's Java, so same one. Yeah, it is a Linux-based server. Right. Oh yeah, I already said that. You were just commenting on it, I guess. Cool. Okay, I don't need the saw. So that means we should have everything I want in order to start building this thing. Let's get a few of those blocks that I need. Now I just have to figure out how I want to build the actual thing. Like with Create and all that. He did all... Oh yeah, my teacher also asked, or consultant or whatever you want to call it, also asked what I've been up to, and you know, I shared the whole reaching 200 followers and such, and congratulated me on that. Because it feels a little bit hard to say, like, you know, I haven't been working on the actual game because there's been a lot of streaming things lately that I wanted to address. But it's all relevant, so it seems fine. The notification that Twitch friends were... Oh, you saw that too. See, it's funny that you say that. It depends on in what capacity. I actually started using it recently to sort of get an idea of what you know, my fellow streamers are up to. Because without that, it'll only tell you if like, you know, the only other thing you can do is see who's currently streaming, right? So if, for instance, one of you guys are like watching another streamer that I might be interested in also taking a look at for various reasons, you know, that goes away when the friends system disappears. Hey, I call it market analysis. Kinda. Because I'm so bad at like finding people to watch on Twitch So I've been using it as like a way to sort of, you know, filter out who's streaming without having to literally go into every category and just try and find someone random. You know, peer-reviewed streamers, basically, is what that is. But yeah, that's going away. Usually watching 6 people once. I don't know how it actually deals with that. I think it only lists one person, but I guess it just lists the first person you watch then. It's not the tool Selfire, it's other things. Kiki made this this Botania ring for me called the Ring of Far Reach, which increases your block reach by 3.5, or rather reach, not block reach. There's a difference. Also means that I can attack things from 3.5 blocks further away. Not everyone speaks as much as you do. Huh? Speaks. The following several streams is okay. Okay. With quiet streamers or chill games. Not exactly sure what you're talking about. Are you saying that you tend to watch more quiet streamers, Dumbles? I switched my OBS over to use the Twitch chat overlay instead of Restream, so I shouldn't be missing out on messages anymore. Said that's how you tend to follow several streams at once. Okay, so that's what you mean. So like... Oh, also I didn't notice your message, Selfire, if this will be for... Oh, you mean the budget? Yeah, the company? Yeah. That's full development on that stuff. You have the dumps today, can't speak. Yeah, it's like you were missing some words in there to for it to make sense. But you just said not everyone speaks as much as you do, and then yeah, so following several streams is okay with quiet streamers or chill games. So sorry. I think, like, I assume that's what you meant, but I don't want to assume things. Alright, Tumbles, have a good one. Thanks for dropping by. It's always nice to hear from you. Yeah, let's get the Create backpack out as well. Might as well. Have it on mobile. That would be like a post-Steam launch goal. It would be considered a port to mobile. Because there are certain things in the game that would probably work fine for mobile and be easy to convert, but right now I still have a lot of like baseline systems that I need to develop. So to make sure that that is done right the first time around and not, you know, divert my attention to other things, I'm gonna wait with mobile and console ports until like an initial Steam release. Because I do see the what do you call it, the possibilities there, because the game is fairly simple and I think it can be done. So it also means that, you know, I am developing it with that in mind, so it's not going to be, hopefully, like the idea is to not make it overtly complex for controls and such, so that I can actually, you know, allow for that in the future. The ports, that is. Games after it. Yeah, there are some things that I want to do, but I don't know if it's going to be immediately after. There's still a lot of things I need to do for this game specifically. So it's like a bit too far in the future for me to exactly like pinpoint exactly what I want to do. Because first I need to take it one step at a time and make sure that I can actually, you know, live off this and actually finish it, most importantly, right? There's way too many unfinished games these days. But I do have ideas for what I could do after. One of the ideas would be to expand it. If it ends up getting enough popularity. So, you know, extra content in there. DLC or free updates. Not exactly sure how I would do that. Again, future considerations. Otherwise, it would probably be something. So one other thing that I had, or idea I have been sort of thinking about as well, is the concept of making other games set in the same universe using the same art style and environments, but from a different perspective and with a different kind of gameplay as well. Potentially. So do I. Again, I do have at least 6 months where I can develop on this full time and try and make it work. And if it doesn't end up working, the plan B is to, you know, getting a part-time job and then making ends meet that way. So hopefully it's gonna work out. Fingers crossed. A sawmill. We want to keep it in the style of what I've already built. Let's try and block out a few things. Like Warcraft 3 and World of Warcraft. Yeah. In some ways, yes. That's kind of what I was imagining. I don't know if like it would be a fidelity upgrade or something. Like it all depends on what kind of other games it would be. But the reason why I kind of am thinking in these sort of lines, if you will, is rather simple, really. Because, I mean, the games sort of conceptually started out as being something completely different. And if I can, and if the interest is there for it, I might be able to realize those other ideas that are maybe a bit more risky or whatever. It's getting late. Oh, yeah. Shaders. Hello. Shaders are always cool. It's fine. I've got my sleeping bag. Unless you're literally talking about I thought you were talking about IRL late. Full day's work making the wall. Like the wall for this place? You mean like these embellishments? Or you're just talking about what I literally just built? Time goes by so fast in Minecraft. Like, you know, in-game time. It's kind of stupid. Get those planks out though. There's the willow logs. It's only 9 for you. Yeah, I was just about to think, so shouldn't be that late. I did start streaming much earlier today than I usually do. Just as like a little bit of a trial run. Because I have been streaming much earlier than like from 1 p.m. in the past. But that was last summer mostly, where I was using like, you know, every single day to stream like 9-11 hour streams. And of course, if I do that now, I will never get anything else done. Because I'll be spending all my time either streaming or doing mod configurations and such. And that's not a good place to be. I kind of want to move away from that. And that's also why I've been keeping all the streaming to the weekends, because it's like the most, or the easiest way for me to like make room for other things, so to speak. You want to play on a server but can't be bothered controlling your guys, so you just watch. Hey. I mean, that works. That works. Let's see here. Does that add up? Not quite, but we can make that work. Spent 4 hours at work today learning new things. Get a job in IT so you can just spend all day getting paid to be on Twitch anyway. You're in IT. I mean, I hear and have encountered quite a good amount of programmers in my streams as well, who will like hang out lurking while working on software coding on the side. So it's not just like, you know, that kind of IT, but also programming. Work paying me to learn. Nice. Getting paid. Let's try and see if this sort of footprint for this building is good enough. I'd imagine it is. Just need like a square area to put down all the contraption stuff. My feet are getting pretty cold today. What's the temperature outside? 9 degrees C. Partly sunny. Well, just look at a report dashboard for success rate. Okay. Success rate. Have to make sure everything is going well. Oh, I see. I didn't read your message. Automated most of your common sysadmin tasks. Ah, okay. How's it going, Mike? Anyway, it's been a while since I've seen you. How was it again? Do I remember correctly if I say you said you were moving or looking at like a new house or something? You just moved recently, right? Yeah. Got a bunch of different sensors for different stuff as well. Yikes. Oh. Just last week. Okay. Are you getting settled in yet? How's that been working out? I want to build this. Back in the countryside, got a pool and a ton of space. Nice. Do you still have your dog? What? I did the garage and that's all that's left. That's good. getting settled in sometimes takes a while. Remember, like, moving in here, it took me a while to getting used to just living alone back then. That was a pretty big change for me. Because 3 years ago, well, up until 3.5-ish years ago, I had been living with other people literally all my life, so suddenly not doing that anymore made a massive difference. Got horses on your land right now. Oh. You don't have to mow the grass. Nice. Natural lawnmowers, eh? How would I do this? I think I know. If we take one that goes horizontally like this. And then I think 3. Let's do 4 saw blades, that should be fine. Blop, blop, and blop. Set blop. And okay, let's extend that by 1. But what about the God damn it, Peak. Your neighbor's horses. Tractor and cuts the rest of the grass for you in return. Huh. I mean, if it's... Peak has a point, though. That's a lot of space. Is it your land? Like, it's actually yours? It's yours. Damn. I would normally say that sounds expensive, but also it's on the countryside, so I assume that also gives you like automatically also kind of makes it cheaper, right? Is it like so remote that the price is just like super low? I'm just curious. Oh, do I actually have? I don't think I've got any saws. No, it's just outside a village. VDSL internet even. VDSL. Getting fiber next year. Nice. Isn't 100 Mbps over copper also like the limit pretty much? Ah, it's in France. Francois. It's terrible. Yeah. Some copper lines over in the old, actually in this apartment, now that I think about it, the limit is way less. It's like the highest I could get was like 2 Mbps up and then 5 Mbps down, I think. That was like the limit for copper connection to this with my old ISP. So I pretty much had to switch ISP because it's a different company that owns all the broadband network out here. So if you want to use cable, yeah, you have to use that company. 10 gigs per second. God damn. That's a lot. That is a lot. Just making sure I don't actually have any. I don't think so. Iron sheets. Okay, we've got iron sheets. Sheets. It's pointless. Isn't it like over here though in most countries where it's up to 7 gigs per second? But yeah, it's like also you're still bound by other like the upload speed of the supplier for wherever you need to download from, right? And for Steam, on some particular games, it's just not even close to what you can get, like what you'd be capable of, I mean. It's like it's actually a really weird thing with Steam on that front, by the way, in case you weren't aware. Exactly, Peak. And Hawkeye would know as well. But yeah, Peak wrote it out. Must have been LA or South Korea. But yeah, Arc is a very quirky is a case in point quirky situation when it comes to download speeds of Steam. Hey, hold on. How high can we go? That's like the max speed it goes at. It's fine. Guess ISP would have to supply one that can meet the speed they're selling. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Feel a bit of inconsistency on the speed on this thing. But yeah, it's also like fucking, it's just so annoying here. Because over in the city that I'm at, we joked about this amongst my friends, and we basically called the ISP that I'm currently running with as the mafia of the ISPs over here. Because they basically own most of the, I don't even know what it, like, connection line, like the cabling in the ground around here. And all the other, like, ISPs are pretty much just, like, dependent on what's publicly available or like already there, so they can't usually supply like high speeds like fiber and such, simply because they don't own the cabling, which gives, you know, that other ISP like a massive advantage when they're like so tightly knit into the rental contracts for these places. Like for instance, if I were to get cable TV, that is, it would automatically be this company as well, because it's over the same network as your broadband, and it's over their wires again. So that's why they're the only ones who are able to supply that kind of connection, and everything else is just like limited to whatever your phone line cables can supply, which is not a lot in this particular building. I hope when this, yeah, it should limit some of the stuttering too. Exactly, Peak. Had to go to with the big ISP to get VDSL. None of the others supplied it. Yeah. And it's not necessarily because, you know, their business models and such refrain them from doing so, but it's probably got something to do with the lines, right? It's similar to what you would see from, you know, train lines, where different train companies own specific line, like railroad sections, So much so that, you know, they're the only ones that are by default allowed to just do whatever with those tracks as they want. If another train company would want to have their trains run on those lines, they would essentially have to rent access to them or whatever. Don't even know how that works on a practical level. Why is my sword better at destroying this than my mattock? Well, I guess a mattock isn't like a primary axe, isn't it? It's not a real axe, no. Just getting rid of all that. Yeah, there's some places over here that internet is really cheap too. Peek and I, we've got a common friend who had like, what was the highest I think he heard he had? He had like a 10 gig download and upload or something. Or like some ridiculously, at least download wise, I guess, a really ridiculous high download. It was just insane. And it's just a luxury problem, isn't it? There we go. That's what we want. Work pays for your internet so you don't care much. 10 euro a month for your new connection. That's manageable. That's much cheaper than what I'm paying currently. I think I'm paying like over twice that over here. And I get like 100 down and 50 up, I think. No, lay down and let's test it out. What I was thinking, because this is like the main thing that, like, this is the way you basically run your logs or whatever through over these, and then they strip them from the box, from them you get the output on the right hand side. And then the idea is to just put it into a box or barrel here. Might need a bigger one, but let's just put that down for now. Get the brass funnel in there. Yeah, 10 euros, fucking cheap as hell. And that's like the crazy thing too. If I were to had gone with that internet connection with the old company I was using in the past, I would have been paying the same price as for what I was getting before I moved out, because I was basically moving my internet service with me, because you can do that. So you don't have to set up your subscription, all that stuff again. They just like move your connection. You also don't have to like, hand in your router and then get a new one just because you're moving address. But the thing is, I was paying like, the same as I'm right now for a useless internet connection essentially. And I asked them about it and they just couldn't supply anything that was better. It's just not, it just wasn't a thing. So yeah. There's always a catch. Yeah, well, when I moved up here, I lived in like a study area. So a little bit like yourself, it being paid through your workplace. We were also getting fairly cheap internet. It was 100 Danish crowns a month, basically, like a flat rate of just 100 Danish crowns. But that's because we weren't getting internet through like a regular ISP, because we were living out in the student part of town, which is the eastern part of the city. Basically, the city I'm living in is sort of split in 2 that way. And because most of the terrain or areas built like out there are in one way or another affected by the university, who has a lot of locales out there and also dormitories and stuff, you're very likely to sort of just be connected up to the grid that the university owns out there. So we were running off the university's internet connection, which is not a bad connection in our case, at least, mind you. So that was pretty neat, getting fairly cheap internet at very consistent, decent speeds. Then again, there were some aspects to it that were a little bit obnoxious. But that's because we were actually like not connected directly up to the internet, which means that they had like a master router or something to the tune of that in like a building nearby. So our Ethernet cables went from like our connection went from our dormitory apartment, I would consider it apartment, to that building which had like the master controller or whatever, and then from there go out to the wider internet, which essentially meant that in order to port forward anything was a little bit more complicated as so, because you were in theory behind 2 routers, because you had the router at your apartment and then you had the router in the wall. No, wait, did we have a router? I think we did for the wireless connection. God damn it. So like setting up servers back then was a royal pain in the ass, because I never had to deal with it. And the reason why it was like a bit confusing at first is that I didn't grasp the concept of ports. So basically, in order to port forward, I had to forward the port that we were connected up to in that building, and not the one on our switch or whatever. It also meant that I had, though I could do it remotely, getting like, I think you could only port forward 5 or 7 or 10 ports or something, like max, through their like proprietary system. Oh, fuck off. So yeah, that was a thing. Hate dealing with ISP managed routers. It also meant that there were multiple occasions where something went wrong on that master switch router setup thing, meaning that everyone's connection would just like drop because something weird happened in that in the building where that was located. That was probably the most obnoxious part about it, because it's not like you personally could just go over and like, you know, flip a switch to try and reboot the damn router or something to see if that would fix it. So you both had outages if the actual ISP would drop out, you know, but you would also have outages if this sort of community managed router would sort of break down, which it was. It was like managed by another student, I believe, in their spare time, basically doing it on behalf of the university or something. It was like a really weird setup. What thing is the machine going to be making? This is going to be a sawmill, and don't just think logs being stripped off of their bark for building. You can also use it to create planks. You can also use it to cut up blocks if you're feeling lazy that way, which I usually don't, but you can. And the main reason why I want this is literally just to strip logs, because otherwise you have to do it manually using an axe, And it's not the worst thing in the world to do manually, but I would rather not. And I don't know, I think sawmills are cool, like building. Cleaning lady plugging a random Ethernet cable back into the wall. Yes. Oh my god. That reminds me of an experience Peak and I had with a common friend of ours last New Year's, where we were basically like celebrating New Year's together and doing like we were doing a gamer New Year, and we didn't have internet connection, me and Peak, after being plugged into the switch. And the very first thing I asked him, you did plug the Ethernet cable into the right port on the router, right? And I can't remember what it was again, but I think it was like the router was like the switch was connected directly into the wall, which is why we couldn't get internet access instead of having it plugged through the actual router itself. So we were just like completely exposed to the internet that just for a little while there. Had it happen on very small sites that didn't have a switch, just the router, so no storm loop protection. Oh dear. Oh dear. I think if we do like this, it's gonna work. And then we need, from the Create backpack, some brass tunnels. That should do the trick. Only started using these a little bit more recently. Then I don't know I think this is pretty much all I need in terms of like functionality, because I just need a chest here really that extracts whatever it is I want to have cut up, runs through here, splits it up, cuts it up, puts it back into a barrel, and then it just all needs to be powered pretty much. But from where? That's the big question now, isn't it? Could do something that could look cool visually. Could move that onto this side. Speed controller. Wait, is that actually a good idea? Nah, it doesn't really matter. Let's keep it on the side. Do want to use some water wheels here though, is what I was thinking. Got a client whose server set in the main reception area. Cleaner came along and unplugged the power to put vacuum cleaner on. Server never turned back on correctly after. Oof. That's sketchy. You don't just like fucking hard unplug something like that. You have no idea what could be happening on the service side when you try and switch it back on. Let's get some of this andesite casing. And one more. So I'm thinking of making like a water wheel here. It's not going to be the main power source, but I think when there's an opportunity to integrate Create into your builds, that's definitely something I want. And do want to keep this like... Oh. Needed a UPS. People unplug stuff all the time, it's crazy. And one with bad batteries that just died right away. Oof. No one going to think twice about a power cable in that area. Yeah, just don't touch that shit. Just don't touch that shit. Yeah, it's not completely... Goes from a 4 wide. Yeah, this logo looks okay. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Should have a water bucket. Would be nice to get an infinity enchantment on that sucker. Oh, right. Actually need a bit of blocks here. Okie. Don't want to waste all my nice blocks though. They are precious. Very precious. He says having stacked them on top of each other here. Remove that. Build up here. And then we need to continue the channel this way. End up moving it to a lock room after as it should have been. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why you do that, right? No, thank you, Wally. I don't know if Peak ever managed to get rid of it. He did just join. By the way, Mike, you didn't like the server? I don't think I've seen you play on here since you wanted to give it a go. Haven't played any games for like a month. Oh god. That does sound like you, alright. Definitely sounds like you. Oh yeah, that's true, you've been moving. Yeah, because I remember vaguely that you managed to do a little bit of exploring, but then you just like... got killed, and then I don't think I've seen you on since. Just got your office set up this week. Oh, okay. So you've actually not even been able to really play then. Get the house built? House built? You mean the... Huh? What house? I mean, it's not really a house. The building, yeah. I wonder if it's actually... Oh, okay, you were talking to Mike. Fucking 2 stalkers now, great. It's very similar, yes. Is that what you're trying to say, Peak? God damn it. But nah, it doesn't... Jesus Christ, that was loud. Alright. Well, if it doesn't go backwards, then I'm missing out. How do we do that? Just want to see. Alright. I think if I do like this, I might be able to. Yes, now it flows in both directions. Great. All I wanted. Okay, let's see what happens if we try and hook up this. What direction does it turn? Well, it's not really like... Yeah, I wouldn't stand on that, Wally. Also, how do you have 100 hit points? No, how do you have 100 hit points? I've got like 32. I mean, you gotta know. Because clearly you did something to get 100 hit points. Could you like not? That's kind of annoying to hear. But yeah, how did you get 100 hit points? You don't know that how do you not know how you suddenly have 100 hit points? How do you not know that shit? Because the only way you can get more hearts in this is either through eating foods and getting hearts. Yeah, see, that's exactly why I'm asking, like, what Mike is saying. I know it's 2 ways that you can get hearts on this. And I know for a fact that you haven't done those things, so you must have done something else. Is it something you can do with Ars Magica? Because you don't just randomly get 100 hearts. It doesn't work that way. Or 100 hit points, which is technically 50 hearts. No, shouldn't be. Would be kind of weird. Maybe it is. No, it's not. This is what I need. Actually, let's move this forward. Yeah, but I don't think Vali has done any Botania. I think, Vali, you've only done, like, Ars Magica, right? Well, magic, yeah. But you gotta admit, it sounds very, very suspicious that you just tell me again, just like with ammo last time, that you don't know how you got it, you know? It's fine to try and be mysterious and all that, but it's very suspicious. You don't check. I mean, you're playing the game, my dude. You gotta know what you're doing. At some point, must know what you're doing, you know. Oh yeah, chain drive. Well, this might be a bit stupid actually. It's got nothing to do with it. I mean, I notice when I get more hit points, because your UI turns different, like changes color. So how have you not noticed that? Right? Oh, this won't work. Not the way I want it to, anyway. I mean, you also get like a, unless you're playing without sound, which I highly doubt, it also gives like a ding, you get life. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, actually does it do that? No, that's... I don't remember. Right, but you don't just randomly get 100 hit points. Is still my point. Hit points is one of the first things I would notice that if I suddenly had 100 off. Because that's like 5 times as much as you have in a vanilla game. But maybe I'm just a weird one. Some Archmage armor? Seems a bit OP to get like 100 hearts worth of hit points though. Mage armor, you say? From like Ars Magica? Magica? I mean, it doesn't mention hit points. Yeah, I'm just curious to find out as well. I mean, we can test it real easy. I'm still a bit baffled with how you don't notice that you suddenly have like 5 times the amount of HP. What does ACC mean? Do you mean like enchantments? I want to exit. Hold on. That in there. There we go. No, it's the Ars Magica armor. Again, he's not done. See, I don't have 100 hit points. I mean, it would show if it gave you hit points. Oh, accessory. Right, but 100 extra hit points is ridiculous. There's, as far as I know, no item that gives you, you know, 50 hearts or something, 25 hearts. Nothing. I'm not in God mode right now. Oh yeah, like, yeah, of course when you're in God mode. Hit points are hit points. And even through enchantments, which I highly doubt is the case, I'm still very suspicious. What? Why does that suddenly open something else? Huh? What the heck do I know? What? Oh, my control key must have been a little bit stuck. What the fuck? There we go. Finally. No. So there are two ways I know. You can either get these hearts here, which are non-craftable, that give you 1 permanent heart, which is 2 hit points per, by the way. And the other way of doing it is through SOL, Spice of Life. I don't think I've got that book on me. Yeah, I think that's one of the books I managed to fucking lose. But even that can only give you up to 20 hearts at most. Which, no, 10 hearts, sorry, which is 20 life. So, you know, at most you could have like 40 hearts, and I've got like 32 as a baseline, apart from some of the quests that you can do. So, you know, even getting halfway to 100 by that standard is pretty difficult. Well, Vali, it's your job to figure out exactly why you have 100 hearts then. Because otherwise I'm just going to be left to assume that you're cheating. And that's a no-go on the server, which is pretty straightforward. I need a carrot. I don't need you to do that. I just want to know how you got to 100 hearts. Because it seems very overpowered for various reasons, and I want to know exactly how to do that. Because there's a reason why you don't have the ability to just get 100 hearts, right? It's kind of like part of the experience we wanted to tailor for the mod pack. So here's the food book, right? So tasting different foods can unlock more hearts. You need to taste 200 and... what's the max again? I think it's set to 220, you max it out pretty much. So you know I get my next heart at 61 different foods. So... I have shows 10, but as you can tell, if you look at my UI, see how some of the hearts right now are yellow? They layer on top of each other. So every time you get 10 hearts more, the next layer is a different color. So it's just like layered on top of each other, basically. That's how it works. But I mean, I can look at their character and see they have 100 hit points. Yes, on your UI. So they would have different colors. Don't know why I keep picking up this stuff. I don't need it right now. What was I doing again? I think I might have deposited my smooth stone by accident. Yeah, I got like completely distracted because of this. You see, I mean, even if you did that, Mike, it would still only be 10 hearts additionally, which is 20 hit points. So a max of 40, which isn't even halfway to 100. And it does seem like it's just a permanent thing. So it's some kind of thing you either consumed or cast on yourself that's permanent. Like, what happens if you respawn? Do you still have 100 hit points? Yeah, that's okay. You were thinking the same thing, Zelfire. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. And as far as I remember, there's like a setting somewhere you set so as to what the maximum amount of hearts you can get is, and I think it's currently just set to 100, so it's like having 100 specifically is also very suspicious. Yeah. Fine. But really, it would just be easier if Wally could just figure out why they have 100 hit points. Otherwise, I'm gonna assume they're cheating. It's as simple as that. Because it's like saying, oh yeah, you just automatically get the end gear of Botania, for instance, without knowing what the heck you were doing. Right? It doesn't just happen. At least some kind of brain process was involved in getting to that point. I assume. I mean, I could be wrong, but that would be kind of weird in my opinion. Do I want to integrate this into the staircase? Could technically do that. I mean, it doesn't look terrible. But yeah, I mean, there's also like literally no reason to cheat, am I right? So this is the fake. This is god damn it! I got living rock in my inventory. Oh shit! Too much powerful. Give it a little bit more shape. Do I have more of this? Yes. Goody good. Look like I'm rubber banding? If it looks that way, it might just be because the game is laggy. So when I'm looking at my factory, it's part of why I've contemplated moving some things around. It's less severe when I'm not streaming, but it's exceptional, especially, you know, it doesn't take as much when I'm streaming. Hello there. The Red Knight. Welcome, welcome. You say it's rubber banding?
Submit!
Thanks for the follow there. Yes, so how do I do this in a smart and clever way? What would a smart dragon do in this situation? Because the problem is, if I put a chain drive across here, it's gonna affect the saw, and I don't want that to happen. Makes future dragon fix it. Yes, exactly. Loving the streamer, that's good. That's good to hear. Anything in particular? Okay, I have an idea on how to do this, but it's silly. But it's gonna work. Okay. So we need a chain drive. Here going up. Just so happens to turn the right way as well. Then we need another 3 chain drives here to take it across. And then another chain drive there. That way they turn the same direction. I'm gonna address that. What is the machine doing again? God damn it! It's a lumber mill. It's a lumber mill. That's what it is. It's gonna be. It's been so long you forgot. Yeah, well, I also keep getting distracted. So that's my excuse. You can also use that excuse yourself. Get a block of redstone, and then we need a gear shift. That should do the trick. There we go. Cool, so that is the belts all sorted. Well, I mean, they do kind of, they can't go faster than this due to how I built this. But it's fine. Had 100 reasons why you forgot. But were they good reasons? That is the important question now, isn't it? Let me get the wrench out because you can use that to do this. Well, in theory, I only need this much belt here. Fingers crossed. Fiddlesticks. Well, we'll just do the same trick here, it's fine. It's pretty much finished. It's not like a super complex thing to build. The thing though is that I'll need some kind of power source to run this as at a higher speed later. Also, I just realized I don't... Ah, crap. I don't have a way to turn this bloody thing off right now. Damn it. We can make that happen though. Just barely. I put a clutch in here. Yes. And then I want a redstone link, which is wireless redstone. Okay, let me grab one of these. TNT will turn anything off. Yeah, that's not exactly something I want to do now, is it? Doesn't quite seem like a feasible way. Shit. Where did that... Wait, what? Huh? Oh, that's where it is. Got frigging picked up by the other saw. Sneaky bastard. So the top frequency I think is the main. Yes. I think so. I can't read it. There's like frequency or freak, and then I can read the rest. Oh, it's in the block. Great. Doesn't matter. Yes. So let me just get my own logic straight. So wireless redstone system, and then for these, that should be fine. Just to give it a slightly unique identifier. Also something that I can remember. Then we cover up this bad boy. Oh wait, no, I need maybe to do one more thing. Let's wait though. Put that there. And then we need to do the same. And that was a redstone link, right? That was the redstone link I used. Maybe I shouldn't use the redstone link. Maybe I should use the clutch. It's a block. There's like the clutch for the saw. Yeah, that should work. Then we need a lever. Should have some in here. Yes. Yes, okay, just as I thought. I need the wrench. And then I need to wrench this thing so it gets that dish up there. That sort of indicates that this is now receiving signals. So if I flip this switch, it stops the whole thing. Because the redstone signal is triggered. There we go. That's so I can turn it off. Yes, they are wireless. Exactly. Cool. So if I flip that switch now, it sort of just stops this whole thing. You in there. Hook up. Yeah. Hook up this thing. And let's actually keep that exposed just for the visuals. The reason why I removed the saw is because I wanted to use it as a block for the frequencies. So I just needed to pick one up just to do that. And there's still like some more things I want to use. I might want to use another one of these. But I don't know if that's gonna be a thing. Yeah, I can just always pick it back up again. It's fine. Ow. That should be working. Now we just need a barrel. I should have one in here. Plop that on there. And then we need a brass funnel and... should be working. Don't have any blocks on me to test it out right now. Let's see how fast... how much can we multiply the speed by? Yeah, so at 64 it halts because the load is too high. Well, let's see how this works. Go and grab some logs. Over here. Do 2 stacks. Well, I guess I am also using 4 saws in this contraption, so even though we can't run at maximum full throttle, it should still be pretty fast. Zzz. Crap. I know exactly what's wrong. Oh wait, I don't even need to do that. I know exactly what's wrong. It was going the saws were turning the wrong direction. Well, that's interesting. The belts are not moving fast enough. Shit. I wonder if putting down brass funnels can resolve that issue. No. Yeah, see, that's the thing. They get sawed one by one, so when they get... like, when they land on the other side of the Ah! It's off. So when they land on the other side of the saw, they sort of get, like, split up into individual logs up. The buttons, the buttons. Get out of here, you stupid zombies. But yeah, there's not really much point in having that many bandsaws if the belts are not fast enough. All this extra crap in my inventory. More belts are faster belts. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's like... I wonder if there's some other better way to do it. Like some way to merge the stacks, essentially. Now, I can't use the ponder feature to actually figure out how these things work, though. I was kind of hoping that I could use the brass funnels to sort of deal with this problem, though. But nope. What if each saw has its own collector? Not very elegant, but it might work. Yeah, that would work. I think I could also just like insert them into a hopper in the end or something like that. Because if that's the thing, these funnels can handle entire stacks, right? That is a possibility. Has to be a better way to do it. Because otherwise it would also technically only have to be this back-end belt that has to be sped up. I think, right? Because the other, the actual bandsaws couldn't cut them faster. Well, actually, were they also clogging up on that part? Were they cutting them faster than, not really. Well, kinda, a little bit. Just on the edge. Trying to remember what options you have in this. You've got the depots, which I think allow you to insert and stack up items. But then I might as well just put a barrel in the middle of the belts here. Because the issues with the depots is that if you want to extract things out of it, has to be on the side of the block. But to put things onto it, I think it has to be like flush with the belts. That makes it really messy to do it that way. I mean, the really easy solution would be to just do the drawer system and just insert them that way, but that's a little bit lame. Yeah, but also the thing about making them speedy as well is that belts actually require more power the faster they go too, right? That's why I don't want to do that. Wait, why is it not showing? Because this is 192 SU at current speed for every single one of these. And each of these water wheels produces 256. So when I crank that up, that's why it stops, because now they all need, you know, essentially their own water wheel to run at that speed, but because the belts draw extra power or whatever you want to call it, it just doesn't turn. More power. Yeah. That was the other thing, like building a windmill next to here, but they tend to be quite laggy and they look weird because of recent glitches and stuff. What else could one do? It's like I really need some kind of thing that can collectively collect them and restack them. I thought you would be able to do the brass funnel, but why does that not? Because these are basically made like for splitters and such, but also if you want to cover up your belts. Or is that something else I'm thinking of? There's like some block that allows you to do that. Oh damn, which one was it? When multiple outputs available, split. Or split, round robin. Prefer nearest, randomize, synchronize inputs. Have some options here. I wonder what synchronized inputs mean. It doesn't have a manual book because it relies on the ponder system. You can only choose one of the options too, so maybe that can do some magic mumbo jumbo stuff that makes it do what I want it to. Let's grab some extra logs here, because it's pretty much Bruce I need it for. But yeah, I didn't know that you can configure those. But yeah, there's no manual because it's all in the pondering system, because that's like a live demonstration of how the individual components work. In many cases, along with other specific blocks as well. But, you know, can't use that because broken at the moment. Okay, so let's see. Zzz. Nah, it still stops. It just like there's like some kind of preference. Mechanical arms to pick the stuff off the belts? Technically I could, but they require a lot of power to be run, and then I might as well just speed up the belt. So that's not really a neat solution either. Trying to remember what block it was. And the thing is, there are some things I haven't messed around with, so there might exist something in Create that I'm unaware of that I possibly could use to do this, but I don't know like all the blocks, so wouldn't know which one it would be. I'm just going off of past experiences and memory, really. Yeah, because like powering one belt instead of 4 inserter arms, essentially, right? Are the belts even meant to stack items? They can, yes. They can. Well, it seems like it's mainly just that one page here. These are all the contraption things. I don't know what the item vault is for. If it's literally just like a buffer chest or whatever you want to call it. Which it very much might as well, it might just be. But it's possible that it's like a Create specific chest that has like some kind of to me unknown feature. Well, we can try and make one. Maybe I can figure out if it does something special that way. Just by looking at it. But it was just like this, right? Yep. Item vault, huh? Okay, well it doesn't have, it's not, I can't open it. Okay. Doesn't seem to be any UI on it either. Let me just try and make a couple of these. Because if they work the way that I'm thinking they might work, then it could be a solution to the problems. I wonder. Okay, so this is a multi-block thing, see? So as I build onto this, it extends. That could be nice. Okay, I have a feeling maybe this might do the trick. Oh wait, it only goes to 3 it seems. Well, let me try something here. Doesn't have an inventory, but I wonder if it is essentially like this, a multi-block inventory. Only one way to find out, really. Ow. Ow. Crap. Seems to be the case. But then it's only allowed to be like 3 long? Or is that just a visual element? Like, are they still connected, I wonder? Normally, I would say unlikely. It is interesting though, they're not like log blocks. You can't like, or regular barrels, right? You can't put them down and then have them face upwards. Well, I don't know, maybe not. We can at least give it a go. 'Cause if it works, yeah, I would have to do this at least to test. Now this barrel is full of stuff. Let's get that out, because I do need to extend that by 1 if I want it, if this is actually working. Otherwise we'll just revert this, but hopefully this works. Okie dokie. So, if this does indeed work, I'd be able to literally, well, I guess just put down some blocks there, and then we should see them come out here. Oh, this is not, oh fuck. Hold on. Nope, that's not a thing. Why? Why are you only allowed to make these 3 long? That seems a bit silly to me. Yeah, but that's why if I put them into an inventory first and then extract them out like up towards the stack at a time, then that way you sort of negate the whole problem to begin with, right? But the issue is that I can't really do that now, can I? Because of the way this is limited to only 3 blocks. That seems a bit silly. Because this texture looks like something that would be able to tile indefinitely, but it just doesn't. One tall vaults can be up to 3 blocks long, 2 tall can be 6 blocks long. Wait, so I just have to build it taller? Hold on a second. Yeah, that's the thing with the pondering. If I could watch, see what the pondering would sort of help you out with, it would probably tell me all that stuff, how to do it. I'm just running off of like guesswork right now. Make a couple of these, huh? Oh, they have to be a 2x2 vault. Oh, sheesh. Okay. I mean, that works. Definitely does work, and I can just put it down 1 block. onto the actual floor, reduce the length of the belt. That is doable. Oh, that is so fucking weird. Shit. Well, that's actually kind of cool. Because I learned something new today. Thanks for that. Oh, he thick. Bonk. Also puts down 4 at a time. It's kind of weird when it gets to that size. But yeah, this should resolve the issue. It also gives me a buffer here in case that chest ever becomes full, I guess. Now the only limiting factor is the bandwidth of the saws here. Dragon is thinking, can Dragon actually get around that problem as well without even boosting the belts? I think it might be possible. Let's give it a quick test run, shall we? I should probably also configure these to... I think it splits them evenly, but it's like every time it splits down, it's like halving the stack. Yeah, sometimes when it comes out on the other end, it's multiple blocks on top of each other. Nice. So I could, in theory, like, really stress test this by saying, like, oh, you have to wait until it's like 11 blocks or whatever. Of course, now there's not 11 blocks here. Look. Yeah, I think it works. Seems like it's working. If I can gear it out. I have no idea. I wonder how... Oh, I have no idea how much the vault itself actually holds. I mean, you use an entire barrel for each and every one of these vault blocks, so I assume a lot, but you never know. Yeah, no UI, no nothing. You can't open these. It's just stored internally. If you hammer it, you get the blocks in return. And the wrench does, well, nothing else than mess it up. it rotates the blocks. There we go. Resulting in a maximum storage space of 1620 stacks. Stacks. That's a lot of blocks. I think we're fine. So you can see it with a redstone comparator. Yeah, see, that's... Yeah, it requires a bit more work. Well, something else I want to check. Ow, ow. No, I don't think this would work, unfortunately. Nope, that does actually work. Well, that's interesting. That means we can actually make this even better. Completely negating the need for, actually, hold on. This needs to stay, but I need to out. Crap. I can't actually do it from here. That's fine. I will have to move this along too though, but that is manageable. Alright, Hawkeye, have a good one. Thanks for dropping by. So, if we put the vault here instead, like so. I have to move this. Crap. But I can do that in a clever way, he says. Clever TM. Dude, I need some more space in here. Yeah, so we need to move this over one. The fuck does that mean? Escape the island? I mean, this should work. Also, is there a clever way to... Alright. Multiple outputs available. Force round robin. When multiple outputs available, prefer nearest. Randomize. Synchronize inputs. I mean, this just splits it. I don't know what forced split means. I think the difference between forced split and split is just that it waits until enough items are inside before it splits it, maybe? Or it's... And round robin is just like, you get one, you get one, you get one, you get one. But then it's like, you get one, and then over here, you get one, and then it has to do a full cycle on the first one, so that's just like evenly splitting it, isn't it? So it doesn't make any difference on that. Don't know what forced round robin is. Prefer nearest. What the fuck does nearest mean? Nearest input? Because it doesn't seem like these get treated as like one thing, you know what I mean? It does seem like they're treated individually, so it splits off in here, into there, and then from here it splits off in both directions too, right? Yeah, this is probably fine. The fuck was that? Why did I get... Oh, I think I know what that was. Also, that doesn't work, apparently. Is it because I don't... No, that doesn't actually... Why does that not work? That's a shame. Is there a way I can make it work? What if we lower this? And we... Like, this gets weirder and weirder, but... You know. What if I put something like this here? Because normally, like, when a funnel is like that, it implies that, you know, it only drops out, it doesn't pick up. Before it was putting it into the barrel in front of it, so it must have been picking them up. And it would have to be on that block because it has to be on the inventory right next to it, right? If it's supposed to work, that is. Because I don't want a belt in between, because if there's a belt in between, then there's literally no reason to do this. No, that does the same. Okay. Can't do that either. Let me just try this. Ow. Running out of logs here. No, that definitely doesn't work. Yeah. Time I get it working, I'll have all the wood I need. Seems about right. Because it outputs it on a belt right to the, you know, side of it if there is a belt. Oh, maybe that's why it was picking it up. Could that be because there was a belt underneath? Hold on. And then, I mean, that could have been the reason why it was working before. A little bit of a weird way around doing it, if you ask me, but maybe that is why. I mean, it would be easier, but I mean, I already have a solution that works. The thing is, if I make the belts faster, I need to make a setup that is dependent on the speed controller here, but it's not the same speed as this. So I need to put in some gear shifts so that they, you know, don't eat up a lot of power unnecessarily. Because there's no reason for these to go at like rocket speed, right? So you need to have a gear shift in there. And I don't want to do that. I want to be free of having to do that kind of stuff. I think I might just be able to put like a small gear on this and then have the... No, it would have to be... crap. That wouldn't be good enough. It would have to go from large to small, not the... small to large, not the opposite way around. But even that will probably still be way too fast. They don't need to go rocket speed. That's the thing, they don't need to do that. I'm also like trying to figure out how this works anyway, so I'm fine with this. I mean, I've already learned some new things, and that's like the only way to go about it when you can't ponder, just experiment. Ah. What do you know? So if I break this, is that in here now? No. I have a feeling if I remove this, yeah. So right now it's like on that belt pretty much. Okay. It's kind of what I expected. Because that is what keeps it on the belt, but I'm wondering if then powering that would actually move it in. No, it skips it. Let's just make sure that that's not because I removed the whole thing. No, okay, then it just goes underneath. Why was it working with a fucking regular barrel then? Because this was working. What? Why does that not work suddenly? What? What? No. If it's further away, then there's an entire block in between. So the reason why it changes shape, the funnel, is because there's no belt in front of it. So when you do this, like if I were to do that, oh shit, and put blocks in here, they get ejected out. So that's normally what this does, which also is why I didn't understand how the blocks landed in there earlier. A little bit weird. But this is also used to mark inputs and outputs like that, but they need a belt in front. But the thing is, if I put a belt in front here, there's an entire block in between, and then it, you know, completely destroys the whole purpose of doing this in the first place. So that's not an option either. I don't know what happens if you do this, if it'll eject it out down below. Oh, now I'm trying to think, how does that even work? No, I don't think so. Because if I just do this, it just gets ejected, right? Boop. So putting like a funnel on this, it's possible. I mean, doing this might work. we can do a little quick test, but it is sort of cause one slight complication. Well, let's first see if this works. Yep. Yeah. So then it goes into the funnel right down there. So what if I turn my magnet back on? Will it go straight for the funnel? Well, I guess that's a bit hard to tell because it goes so fast. Try and put it into a barrel at least. Aha. So if I do this, it goes straight into the chute. It doesn't get the opportunity to put into my inventory through the magnet. Question, does it need to turn 100% speed? Which does? A belt, potentially? Or what are you talking about? I think I've got a solution now that will work though. Because this should be possible. Let's just make sure I don't get these strip logs into my inventory. That works. Maybe they can run slower so belts keep up. I mean, yeah, they can, but the whole point of speeding up the saws is so that you can get your blocks faster. So that's why I don't want to slow them down. If anything, I want to speed them up even more. But I don't want to waste a lot of energy on belts if I can help it, right? Because that's why I've got multiple band saws here in the first place. But they can only process one block at a time, so that's why on the input side, it's fine that the belts move so slow, because there can be an entire stack of logs at a time, you know? So effectively, it can move things across 64 times faster that way when you're doing it an entire stack at a time. The same is true on the output side if you can get that to work. Which I think we've got something now that I can actually say might be functional. I just need to see... Ooh. Okay. Yeah, how to get the thingy down there. I think we can't quite get around needing a chain drive. Not like that. Use quark for a second here. Chain drive, like so. And then move it down. Actually, let me put the belts in first. God damn it, I've got so much junk on me. Ah. Does have this little problem, that is that the belt has to be lowered into the ground. Actually, one block even further than this. It will work. It will work. No, you can't. That's the whole problem here. If I could do that, I would already have done so. But the bandsaw only does one block at a time, which is the whole reason for why it only outputs one at a time as well. So if you don't input it directly into like some kind of storage device somehow, then it, you know, can only put one item at a belt at a time. That's why I was trying to figure out if there was like some convenient way that you could stack things together, but at the moment at least I haven't been able to find any other method than this. But this should work, he says. very confidently. And duck. What's the easiest way to do this? Oh wait, I can't do that because the vault is in the way, so closest access point would be here, unless... Yeah, let's do it that way. Chain drive, where are you? There. And down here, let's see if this actually ends up turning the right way in the first place. Yes, it does. Nice. Actually, I don't even need the belt to go this far, because I only need one output here, right? Like that. Because that's going to output up to a stack at a time. And I mean, I can have the barrel right here if I wanted to. Like so. There we go. Let's put a bit of deep slate around that just to make it look a little bit pretty. Yeah, it's in the ground, but it's fine. This is fine. So yeah, blocks get sawed and then basically goes into the chute directly, which merges them together in the vault, and then I just drag them out up towards the stack at a time. That means that the throughput of this device is one stack of logs in terms of output. Then the only limiting factor is how fast these mechanical saws can run in terms of how many blocks I can produce, basically. And I can, like, if I add more, say, windmills or other power sources to this system, I can just crank up the speed of this speed controller and not worry about literally anything else than the bandsaws. Nice. It's finally working. Took a bit to get here, but hey. I learned about item vaults today and how to sort of utilize them. And this is the thing, right? This is how you learn how to use things. Because the next time I end up using an item vault, I might figure out a different way or a different approach based on this experience. And might even result in like an even smarter design. I think I can even turn the whole thing off, right? So, just so it doesn't create extra unnecessary lag by having moving parts and stuff. It also means that people can't get hurt on the saws by walking into them. But yeah. And it's got a decent size too. Like, it's not super compact, but it's also not super massive either. Okay, let's clean up a little bit here. Because that's all the functional parts for now. If I ever want to expand upon it, the things I would do is to add more power, basically. Because that's all it needs right now anyway. But at the moment, for my current needs, this is more than enough. Also makes like a clunking sound or whatever when it drops it in through the chute. That's kind of cool. So yeah, this is definitely faster than what we had before. Definitely much faster. Nice. Okay, well, that pretty much leaves me having to decorate it a little bit. Just at least some MVP kind of like decoration. I suppose I can chuck these logs in this construction bag for now. Or actually, let me just store them in this barrel here. It's like you can make these beams with them by stacking two on top of each other, and I really like the look of these. They're pretty nice building blocks. They work like logs, but they look like actual pillars, you know? Or like if you want to have some rafters in the ceiling. And just like logs, they'll rotate depending on how you place them. Cooly cool. Since I kind of integrated that waterfall, or like this, like a river or whatever you want to call this, canal, into that build, and it does kind of have like this, it's gonna like go up to this flattened point here along this line here. So I think whatever I dug out there in the back is going to be filled up. And then in some way, at least, I'll figure out how to integrate this the sawmill visually into the wall design. I think that could look pretty cool. Because you have an access staircase to the higher levels there, so it wouldn't be too far away and hard to navigate. And then like make some kind of slanted roof and such. Have some logs hanging in the ceiling with like iron chains, that kind of stuff. I think that will look pretty good. Now this entire place is sort of submerged in darkness, but we can take this and put some temporary lights down. I do eventually want a Stone White has a Goth Mog skin. You still remember that? Dude. Mike, you should have been here when I was playing Battle for Middle-earth, and Gothmog is like a playable character. You want to make a sawmill now? Like just visually or like functionally? Do you want to challenge my design, Selfire? Yeah, that's kind of what I want to do in Minecraft with Create. I want to have these like smaller functional builds with Create that sort of do like rudimentary tasks, or some like you know, you can use this to cut like stone blocks, because it's basically like a stone cutter as well, right? But just build like things into the world is kind of cool. Your visual is a square stone box. I see. It's so satisfying, yeah. But yeah, you can cut 212 different types of blocks, right? I think there's like to cut it into like stairs and such, you need to give it a recipe. So if I take a look here, there is like a recipe filter. But yeah, you can like do so much with this. If you really wanted to automate like a very small niche kind of thing, it's all there. I mean, you can also use a lot of this for mob farms and stuff. Out of all the bases on the server, you'll know which one is yours by miles. Oh, you mean that gray box in the background over there? I guess they got oh, sorry, not they, Valley got bored with the server today. So maybe like make a curved wall here? How many blocks is that? 5 that direction, so 5 in that direction should work. Boopy doop. Let's get some of this stuff tucked away. Didn't really end up using many willow planks, so, but you know, just having the sap planks for future builds as well. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, so I need you, I need you, and I need some of you. Actually, I also need some of you. Where's the... do I not? Oh, I have them on me, good. And then I need some of these lights. First off, let's embellish this, just a sort of little bit. It's not the exact same stone type. Ah, crap. Wait, no. That's fine. That's just because it's running water here. There we go. They are waterloggable. Just about to say. But yeah, it's not the exact same stone types. I think yeah, it's diorite, polished diorite panels. But that's because the architect mod that you use to make these with is not compatible with the gneiss blocks. So, I mean, you hardly really notice it, so it's fine. But yeah, it just gives that little extra detail. Makes it feel more like a canal. Okay, so... yeah, on the other side, I know. I think I don't know what I want to do with that yet. If I want to switch it into a different stone type or gneiss or whatever. Hey, Jinxie Avalon. Sandwich. Dishwasher. Okay. Don't know about the maker part. That seems a bit extreme. We're doing fine. How are you doing? Welcome to. Or at least, I mean, I can't speak for Selfire, but or Mike, but I'm doing fine. We just finished functionally building this. I don't know if you caught it, but we just finished building the functional parts of the sawmill, which is working. Actually, I should turn that off, just so we don't have a work accident. It's more of a funny introduction, yeah. I've actually I've seen other people do something similar. How was it again? They came in and then they did like a full RP introduction as if like you were LARPing and you had to introduce your character. That was pretty original. I gotta say, I didn't know quite how to react, if I'm honest. But I did catch that it seems very lighthearted. I think it's pretty fun. I usually just say hey, or like, whoa, what's up? Sandwich maker. I don't think they're supposed... Wait, oh right, you're right. Oh damn, I didn't even notice. I didn't notice that was sandwich maker in one word. On my screen it's like sandwich and then new line maker / dishwasher. So I actually thought like it was... I now identify as sandwich and / maker as like in that sense. I didn't actually notice that. You're a Viking, so that's your character. Oh, you're a Nordic? What kind of Viking are we talking here? Takes a lot to be a Viking after all. Okay, so if we build the curve using these, that should be the... and that sort of to be the easiest approach. Dunk 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 dunk. Dunk 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 dunk. Do I want the curve to go like that, or do I want it to go like this? I think this is probably the better curve. Because this looks kind of silly. So I don't know what else to do. It's not the only place that's like that. There are some other instances here and there that are like that. Oh, okay. Skulfing. Is that how you pronounce that? It's like, I am Danish myself, but usually when people refer to themselves as Viking, it's like at least in my friend circles, it's like, you know, capable of walking around winter with negative whatever degrees Celsius outside, but still, you know, wearing shorts. That's that's enough in my friend circles to be qualified as a Viking. Skulfing. I mean, it depends. Like if it's the Swedish pronunciation, it's might be different, right? Have tribes on the server on this? I mean, technically, you can have groups. I mean, it's using FTB teams, so it's a mix of anti-grief system and a claim system, where you claim the different chunks, right? But it also has the different teams. So I Peak, myself, and Ammo here, for instance, have our individual teams. I know Hamp and oh god, that was actually Volley. They teamed up. They have their place over here. Haven't quite cleaned up their claim because Hamp hasn't been able to play much. But you have Vikings in your family, and you used to live in northern Finland. Ah, okay. Negative 50 degrees. Oh shit. Yeah, that's definitely some hardcore numbers in relation to here. I think that that qualifies. Thanks for that. No, I'm just a modern Viking in the Danish sense, and even then, like, I'm not really the stereotypical Dane that you would expect. I don't really drink a lot of alcohol. I don't even like beer. I think it tastes terrible. So in that sense, I'm a disgrace to both my ancestors and my current generation, which is absolutely amazing. I don't know. But hey, I get to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, I'll let you decide that. Beer is shite. I'm more of a cider person myself. But that's probably got something to do with the fact that I'm more into sweet than bitter things, especially drinks. When I was in the UK, how long was it ago? It's almost 2 years ago now. I tried a cider that was brewed on, what was it? I think it was brewed on hops. I can't quite remember. But that tasted just like beer, and the furthest from what I expect from any cider I've ever tasted. So there was no existence of any, like, not even like the hint of a fruity smell and taste in that drink. I also never finished it because it was just like, if you didn't know that it was cider, you would have mistaken it for a beer. Make my own beer, okay.
Well, that's definitely something. I've actually had some friends who have made their own mead when I was in high school. They had like a huge, what's it called? Like a huge mead brewing flask over there. And in my he was like, this guy was like a class, whatever, a year older than me. And, you know, whenever we were doing chemistry lessons and such, you could just see like his huge flask of mead just, you know, doing its thing pretty much. So I think I recall having had the opportunity to taste it. They did like offer it one time, but I don't know. I don't think I've tasted it yet. But it's nerdy stuff like that. That's the kind of friends I have. Then again, you know, we also did live action roleplay when I was a teen back in high school. Haven't done that for years though. Hold on. Got it. Oh right. It's free blocks. Ross. Get out of here, stupid fly. Safichu. Safichu? Is that how you pronounce it? Hello. Also make mead and vodka. Sounds like it seems to me that one rarely comes without the other. And it's not like an easy trade or hobby either, is it? You do beer more. Yeah, I've tasted beer a couple times, but it's like so bad now that I have like a gag reflex towards the to the taste and almost the smell as well. Not sure why, because initially it was just the taste I just couldn't stand, but now it's like it's almost nauseating when I'm drinking with my friends, which is very, very rarely these days too, for various reasons. But yeah, like even just being suggested, if I want a beer, I almost immediately go like, it's weird. It's hard to explain. Red wine. I think I've tasted red wine once. And that wasn't when I was an adult either. And it was an accident. I do have the capability, like I can drink white wine, but I think it's going back to the bitter thing, or however you want to say it. I don't know. It's just something like I prefer fruity drinks, really. Well, that sounds pretty par for the course if you're a Norse person for the most part, right? I mean, my moderator Peak is also like on that train. It's you know, it's not always like, you know, something that is super positive either. But that's just culture for you, I suppose. We do have like I do have like a friend of mine whom at least when we were teenagers said that, and this might sound really weird and inappropriate, but we basically, and he basically agreed to this or whatever, but he basically called himself, and we called him like a spare time alcoholic. Because, you know, just drinking in the spare time, you know. But to such an extent that he was spending a lot of money on it. Which is fine, you know, if you can function and afford it, and that's where you want to spend your money, then, you know, you do you. But I do come from a family, unfortunately, where my father was an alcoholic early in his life, so so personally I do take that stuff rather seriously. So as long as at least for my, you know, I'm not my friend's mom and such, so I don't police them on it. But I do get worried for their health when they do end up drinking a lot, like a lot. The benefits of not being like frequent drinker of alcohol is that I'm very, very cheap to bring along into town. I can basically drink half a liter of cider and then I'm already getting a bit woozy. If I drink more than a liter of cider, it's the point where I'm like drunk. I'm definitely not, like, I'm not blackout drunk, but enough to give me potential hangover the day after. But that's, you know, that's just my body. I don't have exactly a lot of body fat either, so that's probably part of why it's so easy for me to get drunk. Looks fine for me. Yeah, integrate the wall that way. And build like some kind of waterfall kind of setup. And then have like the roof somehow be integrated in as well. Not exactly sure how that's gonna work out. I'm sure it's definitely gonna work out. Blame your friend. He's a mixologist, a fancy bartender. I know, I think I understand the term mixologist. It's used in mixology is like a term used in some RimWorld mods. It's also pretty self-explanatory. Mixing, like blending things together, and an ologist is like logi is like knowledge or something like that. So yeah, I guess they are very well versed in how to blend drinks together. I actually also studied along a bartender, so I know a little bit. But I can understand, like, if you have access to really fancy, outlandish drinks or whatever that you don't exactly see in you know, your average day-to-day trip into the town and such, I could see why that could be something you would get used to. Especially if she's good at making drinks. I also have a feeling that mixologist probably also sort of what do you call it, means that she has a good idea of what kind of flavors you would probably like is on an individual basis, right? Like your preferences. Especially if she knows you, right? If she's your friend. Boop, 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 boop. Let's get that in here. Gotta love this construction wand. Bloop. Makes an amazing alcoholic strawberry milkshake. Oh man. I can imagine that would be pretty addicting. I remember like tasting, what was it, White Russian for the first time. It was also just like a similar thing where it's like, dude, I could like, it feels like you could drink this just, you know, just like a soft drink. Because it just tastes so good. Which is very dangerous. Literally make anything you're not picky with. Picky when it comes to alcohol. Oh, you're not picky. Right, but there's a difference between being picky and knowing someone's preferences. Because if you're catering to someone's preferences, or trying to at least, there's a possibility of a lot of the drinks being also hitting their mark, especially if it's your, it's a profession as you do. Strawberry ice cream, diced strawberries, Baileys, strawberry cream, vodka, and Kahlua. Oh, Kahlua. One of my friends thought it was called Kaluha or something like that. That was like some dispute I had with a bunch of people, where the majority of us insisted it was spelled in a very specific way that the other person did not agree. But I cannot remember what it was. Like what either half was thinking and specifically what I was thinking. Is it such a weird word, because you pronounce it, like how you pronounce it and how it's written is kind of weird. Especially when you suddenly take local language translations into account, or common names rather. Most of the drinks she test out, she mix to go on menus and bars. Well, being a guinea pig is nice in that case. Free drinks, right? This is just such a nice tool. I cannot mention it enough. Like my default moving forward whenever I play a mod pack that has construction ones, it's just to get into a wither fight. Just as one of the very first things, because man, having a construction one that doesn't break, dude, that is so baller. Yeah, free alcohol. Emphasis on free. It's like some of my friends and relations in the past say, I like the taste of free. I'm not picky when the taste is free. If we go up to here at least. Don't know what to do about this waterfall. I can always figure that out later. Because I am trying to like continue that initial idea, concept, style, whatever you want to name it, where all of this is like a hanging gardens, Babylon kind of like setup, which is why there's like waterfalls and general water features all around the place. Or at least that's the idea. It is also all like this is just one giant rainforest. All this lime green terrain. Because that's all the mahogany trees. It's also why all the water is green around here. Okay, let's just repeat this pattern, I think. That's the middle, so if we just do this. Copy it up. Yeah, this should work out. Doing vanilla hardcore with just a minimap mod and Optifine, you're doing a mega base. Okay. I've seen some pretty crazy videos on YouTube recently, like pop up in my recommends when it comes to Minecraft hardcore stuff. I think I know why that's happening too, but it does feel like, at least for YouTubers, there's like this tendency that you know, just doing hardcore now is not enough anymore. Leveled a huge area and you marked out the base of the build. Sure. If you're on the Discord, then I can share on stream. It's kind of how I use the Discord. There is a Minecraft channel too, by the way. In case you didn't notice. See here. That was Selfire. 100 hours of Minecraft Talents, big upgrade, 4K. Dude, Selfire, what the fuck is this? Oh, that is loud. Hold on. Boss. Okay, that's definitely using world edit. I don't have world edit, Selfire. Just like blobbing it out pretty much. Yeah, and then using like seemingly some kind of world edit smoothing tools. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, they must have copy pasted a ton. But yeah, mega builds like these, don't expect that. Because I would never even get started with this, essentially. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, Peak was about to do Duloc on the other server, but he only got like the layout of the main thing built. And we don't have world edit, right? So though we do have things like construction ones, doing copy and paste like this with all these pillars, no. Can't do that. Okay, let's see what the finished product is. Dude, I mean, it looks really good. But the thing I always wonder when if some of these... That's way... Oh my god, that's a server killer worth of fucking villagers. Holy shit. Also, that would never work. Or never happen naturally. You would have to generate them off-site and then move them in somehow. Yeah, I saw. Give me a moment. I want to see the... I mean, this looks really nice. But damn, building that in survival... And also, like, this amount of entities walking around, no thanks. But yeah, what I was about to say, I wonder sometimes how much of the interior is decorated in this. Or if it's just literally only what you can see on the outside, right? Because that's mostly what it's for. I mean, diagonal houses are so inconvenient when you're playing modded. Especially with Create, because the belts have to be straight. So building anything diagonally straight in Create is literally impossible. Impossible. Just build parts of it. Think none. Damn, that must have taken a while on vanilla. Holy hell. Because we flattened almost an area as big as this. Yeah, all X-shaped are bad for mods. Because you got to L all the cables, yeah. And in most mods, every segment of a cable is actually an individual entity. Can't remember if... Trying to remember now. If we put that up here... Yeah, so this was the layout for Duloc, the city from Shrek. Which is not even the... Like, he did get further than this. Peak did. He did get a little bit of help from me to flatten out the area as well. But even with mods, that took quite a big amount of time. How big is this area, or do you mean Jinxie Avalon's area? Because this was bigger than his, I think. I mean, you can sort of see, like, you know, that's 2 chunks worth of stuff on the right hand side. So it's like 30, 40 chunks wide or something, if not more. Plus minus. But he did have some buildings built. Actually, one of the buildings that was diagonally placed, like I think it was this one, was built up to be a Create factory. Yeah. I've seen some really crazy ass things on YouTube. People have been starting to do, which is like okay, like I rebuilt an overworld biome in the end, for instance. So they basically convert the entire Dragonfight island into an overworld sort of floating island, visually speaking. So that's like, you know, replacing all the end stone with, you know, regular stone and dirt and all that, all in hardcore, by the way. So if you fall down into the void, you know, game over. There's no way to save you from that kind of experience other than try and fly back up again, I suppose. But the first hardcore video I saw someone do was like surviving 2000 days in hardcore survival, and then what they sort of accomplished, right? That was like the thing. And I mean, by the end of it, they just ended up having the entire base built out of emerald blocks. It was pretty crazy. And they were virtually unkillable for all intents and purposes, as long as it didn't fuck up. Because they had like 3 or 4 double chests just full of totems of undying. You should be on Hermitcraft with all the crazy builds you do. And you're like, I like this too much. Depends. Depends on what you're building. Like how you're building, rather. If you use a lot of redstone, you know, contraptions, okay, I could see it. If you use a lot of chests, for instance, in your builds, and other similar entities like signs, maybe. But then just don't do that. Then I wouldn't really worry about it. Like, also, as long as you don't include like a ton of villagers into your builds, should be fine. At least that's what I would reckon. Your star system is A5. Okay. Yeah, but that's not really a visual build then, is it? And that's double chests. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I don't even want to know how many hoppers you're using for that system, because every hopper is also an entity. Hoppers are like one of the laggiest things in the world. Because in order to use them in vanilla, you need so bloody many of them. That's one of the things I really like about a mod called Pipes, which is made in, like, it's an item pipe, like, mod. It's the main purpose of it. One item pipe mod to rule them all, if you will. Meaning that unlike other pipe systems like, say, Industrial Craft or Buildcraft or Thermodynamics or whatever, where every single segment of a pipe is considered an entity, at least as far as I know, in the Pipes mod, it's only the access points that are actual entities. So only in the locations where you hook them up to inventories. Meaning that you can move something from A to B any distance you want, and it'll only use up at the very least, at least, 2 entities, right? An input and an output. Right now, it's just out in the open. You didn't want to keep going up and down from your cave. You're sorting by hand. Oh, God. I remember one of my friends on, like, a very, very old vanilla server. He built a Church of the Golden Apple, which was his first attempt at making a sorting system using hoppers, Minecraft, and chests. And then on top of the whole, like, it was all on the ground. And then on top of the whole thing, there was a chest where you could donate items into. And then I think, if I remember correctly, there was a dispenser that, with redstone signals, would detect if items were inserted. And if so, would spit out an item from the dispenser whenever a contribution to the church was made. And he did organize that dispenser to randomly distribute occasional golden apples just for shits and giggles. So, and I was amazed with back then what you could do in vanilla Minecraft, right? And I mean, I still am. But I've I figured out through like a bit of trial and error, but also a lot of videos and guides on how to do it, how to actually make a vanilla sorting system. And my conclusion is that it's shite. It is so fucking bad. I just don't want to deal with it. I built it once and I don't want to build one again. Alright, Jinx. I might not be... Actually, now that you mention it, I was trying to keep an eye. I actually need to close off the stream today. Because it's getting late. I need to start making food, and I've been streaming for 7 hours and almost 40 minutes today. If I end up moving my sleep schedule around properly, and I end up starting consistently streaming earlier in the weekends moving forward, then I would probably be ending the stream earlier as well. I don't know exactly how I want to do that. We'll take that when it happens. Oh my god, Toto's been here the entire time. Doing Savanish. Doing Savanish. Never see you. Toto? I mean, it's because, I mean, we never see Toto much. Because she probably drops in early on, potentially, like, maybe, before going to bed after playing with Captalamia and Killer Kyo. And then she wakes up towards the end of the stream to return to her lurk and then, like, say hi. That's what I imagine, but you can correct me on that. Oh, that doesn't look right. My stream ending thing needs to change a bit. Let's just keep on this. Thanks for the follows today. We had a couple. You've had you Jinx, Red Knight, Miner Boy. Just reading at that. Yeah, and Codename Stock was from a previous stream. And Kyo also rated and hosted earlier today. Ouch. Oh. So if I have a normal end up having a normal sleep pattern, you wouldn't end up seeing me? There's Toto's obligatory farewell. You've been missing out on that one the last couple streams, Toto. Don't think I didn't notice. But what are you saying, Sapphire, is that you wouldn't be able to catch the stream if I started and ended earlier? Like, by how much? Is it like just because you have extra time today that you happen to be around for so long? Because you've been here for most of the stream today. Right? I know exactly who to raid, actually. But yeah, tomorrow I am planning on streaming around from like the same time. I was unsure on what to stream tomorrow, maybe more Minecraft. Otherwise, we can check out some new games that I started playing recently, but it would be starting in media res, or however you say that in the fancy way, you know, in the middle of things, because I'm in the middle of a couple of playthroughs and some games, but there's one in particular that might be interesting that I would like to share with you guys. But we can leave that up for tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be more Minecraft, continuing on hopefully finishing the sawmill. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I hope to see you next weekend at the very latest. But yeah, other than that, thanks everyone for dropping by. Hope you have hopefully a continued good rest of your day, and I will see you soon. Until then, I've been Dragon, and please stick out for the raid, and goodbye for now.